Afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. I hope everyone is doing well, and it's a superbly sunny day here in Texas. We're expecting temperatures of 41 centigrade or something like that, 102. So hopefully my air conditioning holds out. Otherwise, it's going to get very sweaty and greasy host. We are starting a little bit early today. And that's deliberate. And the reason is that some of the sessions that we've got planned for today are actually going to run longer. And that's a good thing. We try to keep them to about an hour with questions and answers as well. But I did actually say to the presenters who were interested in doing this, if you want to, you can go longer. And that's exactly what they did. So and I'm back. And so we're going to be, our scheduled times are going to be a little bit off. We're going to start early now. Today we have got the following sessions coming up because I know it's a little bit complicated. Our website, the codegear.com website, is down at the moment, but the Embarcadero website is up. I'm not quite sure why the Code Gear site is down. I think they're doing something to it. Hey ho. So today we have got integration and testing HTTP clients with WebMox. This is by Richard Hatherall. You saw Richard yesterday if you were following the replays and things like that, or watching live, hopefully. And it's a very interesting tool that Richard writes. He does the AWS stuff, but he does lots of other things as well. And hello, Richard Dawkins. Hi. You're first on the list. There you go. I know some people like being first. Well, you're first, so there you go. After Richard Hatherall, we've got Clang or Clang, depending on how you want to pronounce it. I've heard it both ways. By Roger Swan. Roger is another Brit. In fact, that's two Brits, one after another today, including myself. Well, I'm British American. And Roger Swan, very, very clever guy. He's going to talk about the Clang or Clang compiler, which is a feature of the 12.1 series of RAD Studio. He's going to talk about it, what you get out of the box, and various other things as well. Very, very knowledgeable guy, excellent speaker, excellent presenter, just the same as Richard Hatherall as well. And then after that, why you should leave Delphi 7 once and for all. And we know you. We know the people out there using Delphi 7. Stop it. I know it's a really good release, very stable, very capable. Dion Mai, who presents that session, is going to explain exactly why you should leave Delphi 7. It'll be fine. You'll be okay. It won't hurt, okay? So Delphi 7, why you should leave Delphi 7 once and for all by Dion Mai is later on today. And coming back for a revenge is Jim McKeith. He's going to do a follow-up from yesterday's session. Yesterday, he did an introduction to FireDAC and actually MySQL, and we talked a bit about client libraries in MySQL and MariaDB, because there are some problems with the client libraries. And Jim is going to come up and follow up today with FireDAC, your ultimate data set weapon. So he's going to go into more depth and do some extremely capable demonstrations of what you can do with FireDAC. I'm going to quickly say hello to a few people, but we are going to try and rush on to make sure we fit in the content. Like I say, we're going to be running about 10, 15 minutes late all throughout the day until we can catch up if we can. Hi to SNK. You're the person that told me yesterday, shut up talking and get on with it. So I'll be as brief as possible. And I know you were happy anyway. And Terry V, good morning, Terry. Starting an hour early. Yes, we are. Don't worry, everybody can catch up on the replays anyway. We have much more full content going on today. So we just wanted to get this particular early session in early to get on with it. And Code for Delphi. Hello there, Code for Delphi. I'm going to see you in Sao Paulo because I think you're going. Code for Delphi, if you don't know who he is a Brazilian MVP, does some really great stuff on Instagram is where I follow him, but I think he probably does stuff on some other channels as well. Looking forward to seeing you at the Embarcadero conference in Brazil. Yes, I will be there on September the 5th, Embarcadero, Brazil. I'm going over there to see why it is that Brazil has so many really great developers. Honestly, they're just absolutely packed with them. And Jeff Smith also says hello as well. Hi, Jeff. We're going to get on, and I'm going to start Richard's session because, like I say, we've got a lot going on. We will have Richard, I think, later to answer some questions as well. He's on the chat. He's a good friend of mine, so he's got other ways of communicating with me. But we're going to start off now with his session, which is integration testing HTTP clients with webmocks. And like I say, if you come in later, you can catch us on the replay, so don't worry. If you're watching us now on YouTube, click on the like button and then click on the little bell, the subscribe button, and get the alerts. That way, if we do something like we're doing today, start early, you'll get an alert to tell you that we're live. We don't know, we won't know who you are. We can't spam you if you follow us on YouTube, so it's completely safe. All that will happen is that YouTube will send you a notification whenever we go live, and that way you don't miss anything. So like and subscribe. I sound like an influencer now, but I'm not. Anyway, over to Richard Hatherall's session.
This is Delphi WebMocks. We're talking about integration testing HTTP clients with WebMocks. I'm Richard Hatherall from Appercept. I'm an MVP for Delphi and the author of Delphi WebMocks. You may be aware of my other product, Appercept AWS SDK for Delphi, available as a part of a Rad Studio Enterprise subscription. I'm also the author of Chat Health, a messaging platform that powers messaging services offered by the National Health Service in the UK. So let's have a look at what we're going to be talking about. So I'm going to give a brief overview of testing practices, just so we can all understand we're talking about the same things. That's not really the focus of this talk, but just to make sure we're all on the same page. Then testing HTTP interactions. We'll talk about HTTP and what you need to do to test it. We will then have a tour of Delphi WebMocks and its features. I'll give you a demo of Delphi WebMocks, and then we'll have a quick summary of what we've learned today. So straight into testing. So test-driven development is generally how I work, and that's why I built WebMocks, and we'll go into more of that in a bit. But TDD, in its simplest form, is you write a failing test. So you write the tests first before you write any actual real code, and you then write the code, the real code, for your application or the class that you're working on, and you make the test pass. In its simplest form, you don't write any more than you need to just to make that test pass. And then you refactor. So you look at what you've done and you improve the code, and you make sure that the tests keep passing, and then you repeat. You do it all again, and it's a cycle. It's a very short cycle if you're doing it properly, that's constantly giving you feedback, making sure you know that what you're writing is working. And let's have a look at the benefits of testing in TDD. So in theory, you get improved code quality. If you weren't getting something out of testing, it's there's no point in doing it. So one of our biggest gains is improved code quality, early bug detection. So because we're writing tests for the scenarios we use our code in, we should be spotting bugs earlier, before they ever make it to production. And you generally write cleaner code. And because you're writing more focused code, more leaner code, the code is generally cleaner. It leads to better design. So when you're writing how you would like to consume some code, how you would like to invoke it up front, you think about the API for that. You think about the interface design of your functions and classes, and how you would naturally like to write the code to call that thing you want. And that encourages modularity. So you think about the more about the coding principles like solid, where the S in solid is single responsibility principle, and that says that one module of code, or whether a class or something should be focused on one task, and then your code is more modular, and you'll start to find you're reusing more code. And then because it's a cycle, it generally increases your performance in development. So you reduce debugging time because you're testing things out how you expect them to behave up front, before you actually put them into a real application, and the feedback is, or it should be, instant if you're doing it properly. And because you're getting that instant feedback that says no, this doesn't work, or yes, this does work, and you fix it there and then, you're focusing on what's next all the time. So it's like, yeah, I've done that, tick, what's next? I write the new test that tells me what I need to do next, and I move forward. We should understand there are some there are also different levels of testing. So the most basic form is unit testing, and unit testing just says you have a unit of code, whatever that unit is. It should be the smallest thing. So you have a unit under test. It should be the smallest testable unit of behavior that you want to test, and it's typically a single class or method. And dependencies should be faked, mocked, stubbed, to isolate features requiring interaction. So you don't want to be testing things beyond the boundaries of the unit you're testing. The more things that are interacting with your unit, the greater the variables are in your testing. You need to try and isolate that so you can control the environment that you're testing in, and then you should know the results exactly of your unit that you're testing. Then above unit testing, the next step up really is integration testing. So this is where you have what would have been unit tested in small isolation, but you now want to test multiple classes, the smaller units, how they combine together and how they interact with each other, to get a greater piece of functionality working. So it checks the components, how they work together as a system. And then we're going to talk about HTTP interactions, because there's more to testing than that, but with HTTP interactions we are talking about integration testing. So let's have a look at what HTTP requests and responses look like. So this is a HTTP message here. It's a request, and we'll break down this. So first there is a method at the start. So this is a put method. So in HTTP there are a series of accepted or common verbs, like get if I want to get a document. In this case, put if I want to put a document somewhere. There's post, there's patch, there's delete. So all the typical common things that you want to do with documents over the HTTP protocol, they all start with a verb to say what is it I'm intending to do with this request. Then we have a URI, and the or URL to many, and the URI indicates what document that you actually are trying to interact with. So in this case, /document.json. And then we have a protocol version, and the protocol version is, there are multiple versions, but the most common version you are likely to see is HTTP/1.1. Then we have headers, and these are just key value pairs. So everything to the left of the colon is the name of the header. Everything to the right of the colon, excluding the surrounding white space, is the value granted to that. So you can see here that we've got a host of www.example.com. And that typically indicates to the server what website that you're interacting with. And here we're saying that also we've got a content type of application JSON, which is the MIME type of what's going to be posted inside the message body. And we can see there is some very basic JSON as an example there. Because we've defined the content type as application JSON, that is what the message body we're attaching is. So then each request, in theory, should get back a response. So this is what a response looks like. Almost identical. A couple of subtle differences, and they're almost entirely on the first line. They pretty much are the first line. And we have the first piece of data that comes back is the protocol version. And then after that you have a number. It's typically a 3-digit integer, which is the status code. So every response that comes back has a status code. In this case it's 200, and we have a textual representation next to it, the status text, for that status code, and that is okay. It's the default everything is all right status code that you'll see in a web response, in a HTTP response. For those of you without an encyclopedic knowledge of all of the status codes, there are dozens of websites out there which are handy references for those status codes. I'm sure we all have a number of status codes that are embedded in our brain, like 404 not found and 500 internal server error. They're typically the most common things you see when something goes wrong. And then you've got the headers. Just like when you're posting a request, the response comes back with headers, which are a key value pair again. So this is saying, coming back, the content type is application JSON, and then the message body below it is JSON, and that lets our client know how, the header of content type application JSON lets the client know you can interpret this body as JSON, and that is as simple as HTTP is. Everything you see when people often talk about REST services, or going back further, SOAP services and things, they're all this under the hood. They're all HTTP, So when you're testing services, we're not talking generally specifically about testing REST services. We're talking here about HTTP, which encompasses that. So when you're wanting to write tests, you don't have to think I need a testing mechanism specific to REST. The webmocks will do that for you. We have to think about, when we're integration testing, we need to fake a HTTP service for tests, and this will exercise all the components of your client. So this is why you want to do it, because you can unit test a lot and say, oh, I know when I ask my client code here to do this, I can test that it understands that message in some way. There are typically ways to do that, but sometimes you really want to know that sometimes you really want to know that your the web server would have actually got a web request in exactly the form that you intended it. This is why it's good to fake a HTTP service for testing. Another reason why you might want to fake an HTTP service is real services may be unavailable or too expensive. So you could be working in an organization with multiple teams working on different parts of a platform or product. You might have received a spec for a web service that you're going to be working on, but you haven't got the implemented web service yet. Maybe it's months away from actually being deployed. I would hope not, but let's just say, I would say it's not entirely uncommon that things can take months or an undetermined amount of time. So it might be that they're going to be next week, but by next week priorities in the company may be changed and they reordered something to push it back another month or two. But that's going to block you in your team writing the client. So sometimes you have a spec, but you don't you don't have a service to test against. Another thing is third-party services may be charged for or throttled. So if you're testing against a cloud service, often each request to a cloud service has a cost associated with it. Your account is going to be charged for those requests, and sometimes they're throttled as well, because sometimes to keep cloud services performing nicely with low latency, they will throttle each client to say, hold on, you are requesting too many of these things in too short a period of time. So you should back off a bit and then come back later and we'll look at your requests later. So if they're implementing throttling like that and you're running a test suite on your machine and you're potentially pushing that up to a CI/CD service that's then building and executing your tests on a machine every time a new piece of code is integrated into the trunk, then you're triggering new tests that get fired off. You might overwhelm, and you might not even realize it because it's not happening on your machine. You might overwhelm a service that you're relying on. One is you might be racking up big bills, and two is you might have test suites that then fail because they've been throttled. So that's another good reason why you would want that. The other thing is responses can be carefully controlled. So if I'm testing against a service and I want to test specific scenarios, like what if this request receives some authorization error, or to say you're not authorized, or maybe there's an error, like how does my client handle a 500 internal server error, or throttling? So you need to build your clients in mind with the idea that they might receive a throttling request, which is 429 too many requests coming back from your servers. It's hard to simulate that against a real service, because sometimes you can. Sometimes you'd have to set up some scenario that's going to generate that error for you, but you can't easily do that, and then there's a whole bunch of prerequisites that you need to do. So that's a good reason to fake your own service, because you can just ask the service to respond how you want it to. So how do we? So what is our format of testing? We have 3 phases in a test. We typically so we have a range. This is make things a particular way. Set up the things you need to do to set up a scenario. So in this case, we're testing HTTP. We add in there, we set up a local HTTP server. And then we configure the client under test to point to that local server. Obviously, there's no point in setting up HTTP server if you can't point your code to run against it. So that's what you need to do if you want to test HTTP clients in this fashion. And then you act. So you execute the test. You do the code that's going to make the HTTP request. So that's what you would normally do in a normal test scenario. You arrange, you act, and then you assert, and that is you verify the results of the test. You say, did I get back the results I intended? Or if you're testing error scenarios, did I see the exception I was expecting for this error, or something like that. So let's have a look at doing this with Indy. Indy is the go-to solution for most of us Delphi developers when it comes to building network servers or clients. It's the Swiss Army knife of internet toolkits, and I point out here that this is a dUnit X. Half of the code we are seeing here on this screen is dUnit X boilerplate, and then half of it is Indy boilerplate. So you can see here on the left hand side, you can see I'm testing for the purposes of demonstration here. On line 17, our unit under test here is a THTTP client, which is a part of the systemnet HTTP client unit that is shipped with Delphi. So it's just an example here that how to make HTTP requests. Then we have a server, which is a TID HTTP server, and we're defining here an on-server request event. And in the setup, so over on line 39 on the right-hand side, you'll see that we define a static response here. That when a request comes in, no matter what it is, when a request comes in, it's going to respond with a 200 OK, and it's going to respond with the response text of OK. So response null, I should point out, response null isn't really a HTTP spec kind of term. That should really be status code. And again, on response text, it should really be status text, as defined in the HTTP spec. Then we're specifying here there's a content type of text plain with a string stream which has the plain text in it, and we've add a flag to say we free the content stream after the request, and that's fine. And then so on the setup block just below it, we instantiate a server and we point the on command get to on server request, and we specify a default port of 8080 here, and we activate the server. And the next block in the teardown, we clean up after ourselves, because we should behave well like that. So we free the server. And then if we have a look at the procedure on line 59, test get. So this is actually one of the test methods. So this is the crux of our test. We are saying we are going to create a client, so the THTTP client, and we are going to ask the client to get localhost 8080, and we're going to store the response of that in our lResponse variable, and then we assert that the value we expected to come back is in the content as string from the response. So all of this is fine. It works. This will work for testing a HTTP client, but there's a number of issues here. And if I move on to the next slide, we'll see. So there's lots of boilerplates. So on top of the standard DUnix, there's huge amounts of boilerplate, and then we've got terminology mix-up. So those of us who are used to working with HTTP, things like response north versus status code, these are things that, okay, we can remember them after a bit of repetitive coding. These things will bed in, but it would be nice if the terms we were using aligned with how we talk about HTTP. There's another thing here, which is response logic is disconnected from the test. So testing different scenarios will require multiple on-command get or on-command other implementations. And I should point out that on-command get is for HTTP GET requests, and any other verbs are handled by the on-command other. So there's a slight disconnect here as well, that you've got to implement multiple events for dealing with these things. And you can, I mean, like if I briefly take you back to the code, I could say we could define on the left hand pane here, where I've defined client and server, I could define a bunch of variables there that we could manipulate. That in the test we would see that we could manipulate them, and they would then somehow change the response that comes back in the on server request. And that would work, but the other issue I've got here is the test get. It doesn't really describe what the intentions are of our test. So what I what I mean by that is if I want to test a client and I understand something that I want a web server on a specific thing to be on a specific definition of an endpoint, so it's got to respond a specific way to a post on this URL. The code to do that, I feel as someone who writes tests a lot, I feel that the test code should be descriptive about what I want, and that's a problem with the code we've got with Indy here. And then there's Indy specific knowledge required. You need to know quite a bit about the classes and the internals of the TID HTTP server to manipulate what it's doing. There are some gotchas in there as well that I won't go into here, but certain scenarios that Indy is being super helpful for, like handling certain scenarios, but when you're trying to test things, sometimes they actually get in the way. And then I've run into the problems in the past, like where are the Indy docs? There was a period, I don't know what the case is at the moment, but there was a period where the Indy docs were offline or moved, and trying to work out where the docs were was mildly challenging at one point. And this isn't to say, I'm not having a go at Indy. I really like Indy, like many of us Delphi developers. It's our go-to choice for these things. But Indy is not geared up. It's not optimized for writing tests. It's optimized for what it does, which is RAD style network components. So, and the other problem here we've got is it's slow test development. So because, and this is bad for TDD, which requires those fast loopback cycles, because you have this disconnect between the code of your test and these events that you have to write in a different part of your unit, there's more effort to move around and to then come up with strategies about how you would share some of that setup code amongst tests. It's all a problem for TDD, and if you do as I described, where you set up some shared variables, some shared function fields to manipulate your test, and then you have common tests running on them, then you're going to potentially run into bugs because you're using shared fields, and they might not always be what you want. You might think, oh, I now need to manipulate this, I change the way it works, and then you end up breaking tests for other tests that rely on them, and then you have to start refactoring those tests. They're all things that sort of they conspire to slow you down. So we don't want that. So let's have a look at how we deal with this with webmocks. So here's the webmocks way. It looks largely the same, except for we don't have much setup code in terms of the HTTP server like we do with the Indie way. So we have beyond the DUnitX code, there are 4 lines here that we do, which are webmocks setup, webmocks boilerplate. The rest of it is all in the test get, and as you can see, test get on the right hand side at line 38, we have a response just like we had the response before, and we describe, using our webmock, we describe what we want to do. We're saying webmock.stubRequest to respond with body hello world, and that is doing exactly the same thing pretty much as the Indie way was doing. And then when we get on line 46 on the L response equals client.get, we notice rather than having to remember there's a static local host and what port it's on, we ask the webmock to give us a URL for, in this case, the index document. So that will give us back a URL for how the webmock is configured. And then below line 48, the assertion, it is exactly the same as it was before. We are testing the iHTTP response, that it had the content we were expecting as a string, and that should pass, just the same as the Indie one would. So let's have a look at the boilerplate, and so we boil this down a little bit, and the first thing we do is we add webmock to the uses clause. You can see on line 7 on the code there. That's pretty standard. We add a private field for twebmock. So in this case on line 12 we've added a webmock field for twebmock. And then we initialize twebmock in the setup. So down on line 24, webmock equals twebmock.create. And in the teardown we free that webmock, making sure that we've cleaned up after ourselves. So stubbing requests. What can we do with stubbing requests? So this is a typical stub request. So we're expecting a put resource. So we say webmock.stubRequest, and the first parameter is the HTTP method, the verb that we're expecting, in this case put, which, as you can see, matches on the request on the top left. The first verb there is put, so that's what we're expecting to match. and in the stub request, the second argument there /resource marries up with the URI on the request. So that will match, and if it matches, the default behavior when you stub a request is to return the response HTTP 1.1 200 OK, and that response there on the left is exactly what you should be getting back with webmocks. That's if you don't change the behavior. So let's have a look how we can customize the response. So as before, put resource. We are matching put resource webmock.stubRequest put resource, and here we're changing the HTTP status code to respond 201. So on the right hand side there you can see the first two lines to respond 201. But what if we don't have one of those encyclopedic brains that knows all of the HTTP status codes? Well, if you add to your uses clause the webmock.response status, you can then refer to the status codes as twebmock response status.created. So 201 is created, and if you specify it as twebmock response status created, that will do exactly the same thing. And as you can see on the left hand side, the response on the bottom, you get back 201 created. So let's look at how you would customize the body. So if we want to get a document, as we saw in the first example, you can say to respond. So this is a fluent interface. So a stub request dot to respond dot with body, and then we give the content of the body. And we can see here the response content on the left hand side coming back as text plain with the content length of 13. And the thing you should note here is that with body, by default, if you just give it text like this, it will respond back with text plain by default, being the content type. If you give it something else, you need to specify what that is. So if we want to respond with JSON as a body, so here's an example: get document JSON, and on the webmock we're saying webmock.stubRequest get document.json to respond with body, and we can see there we've just got some empty curly braces, and the second argument of with body is a content type, in this case application/JSON, and you can see on the response on the left hand side it's returned 200 OK. By the way, I should point out that we haven't been specifying a change to the status code, so the default is always 200 OK unless you change it. And it's come back here with the content type as specified, and the content. So what about more complex bodies? Things you can't just easily represent in a line or so of code. We can provide fixture files. So in this case here, we can specify with body file, and you should specify a path to a fixture file that has the content you want to respond. And as you can see in the example here, I've just used the same content response, but it would be coming from a JSON file. Notice I've not specified here the content type, and the reason for that is, and the reason it has set application JSON is because there is some basic MIME type detection that goes on inside webmocks. It's actually, to be honest, it's actually leaning on features of Indie, where it's detecting the MIME type of the extension, and and it knows that would be application JSON. If it doesn't know what MIME type it is, it's going to return the standard application/octet stream that you would get for any unknown binary content. So then let's look at how we'd customize the response headers. And if we want to add a header into the response, we say, so after the to respond. So it's worth pointing out here, everything after the to respond is a customization of the response. So, and you can chain these together, by the way. So you can chain the with headers and with body. You can chain them together to make complex responses. And here we're adding in the header, my header, with a value of ABC, and as you can see, the response coming back would be a 200 OK my header ABC. Then you often need to customize multiple headers, and I should point out again that it's a fluent interface, as I said before, where you can chain these things. So the first way to add multiple headers at the top there is to respond with header my header 1 of ABC with header my header 2 of XYZ, and that is, in my opinion, the nicest way to add multiple headers in to your response, because it's the most descriptive way. It's written right there in your code in the cleanest way, so you can just instantly see what the response is going to be. There are times, however, that you might have quite a lot of headers that you want to respond back in certain scenarios, and you might want to load those in a common area, or to be shared amongst tests, or have some loading mechanism to help you across tests. And so there is a function called .with headers, which will accept a string list, and you can build up header values using headers.values, and you can just pass that to your .with headers, and those headers would be set exactly the same. So the code at the top is exactly the same as the code at the bottom, one using the Fluent interface, one using predefined headers. So then we have the ability to dynamically respond. So this is where you take an anonymous method to provide dynamic responses. You customize the response through a simple builder interface, and the anonymous method provides access to request data for customized responses, and this is what it looks like. So you can see that the webmock stub request is the same, but instead of just saying to respond, you say to respond with, and then you define inside that an anonymous method which has a procedure with two arguments: a request, which is an iWebmock HTTP request, and a response, which is an iWebmock response builder. And the what you do here is you just say a response .with status, and here we're specifying a non-existent or really obscure status of 555, and I'm passing a body of dynamic response. So the response builder is identical to the response builder that you would be interacting with when you are defining the static response. But here the benefits are you can actually customize this response on the fly. So you could be you could have some dynamic data. Maybe you're responding different in each time. Every time a request is made, maybe you want to respond with, I don't know, the count of requests that have been made or something like that. You can do that here. where you can't do that in the static responses. So let's have a look then at matching requests. So we can customize the response as much as we like, as you've seen, and now we need to think about how to focus our tests, how to focus the matching of the requests, because and one of the reasons you would want to do this is, rather than a catch-all request like a stub request star, which is a wildcard match anything request. Sometimes you've got clients that are going to make multiple requests in a specific pattern, and you need to respond at the right time to the right thing. So you can stub multiple requests, and you are going to want to match those responses to the requests appropriately. So here we have a HTTP method post. So you can do the webmock stub request post / would match this, or you can do the wildcard match, which is webmock.stub request * and that matches the same post / request that we can see here. Of course, like I say, the wildcard will match all of the HTTP verbs there. So it's not always the thing you want to do. I would say be as focused as you need to be. And then let's have a look at the URI. So matching by URI is pretty much the same. So at the top there on the right, you can see stub request get /document /hello.html will match that request on the left there. But you can do that with wildcard as well. But again, wildcard is going to match everything. So maybe you want to say, I want to give this response to any document, not just hello.html. I want to give a certain response to any document, and that's where regular expressions come in. So you can say on the third example there, you can say webmock stub request get with passing in a regular expression, tregx.create, and in this case /document with a .* on the end to say any characters after the /document /. And that will match that hello.html as well, because it was prefixed with /document /. It's worth noting as well, if you do this, you're going to want to include the system.regularExpressions unit in your test unit to be able to use tregx. The next thing you want to do is, because URIs can have query parameters, and these are while they are a part of the URI, it's a special case, let's say, because you have something like this where we say get search question term equals hello. So everything after that question mark is the start of your query parameters, and this only has one query parameter on it, which is term equals hello. So that is a parameter named term with a value of hello. If you've got multiple parameters, they will be separated with ampersand characters. And we can match query parameters easily with query param. So in this case, we say webmock stub request **. So we don't care what the request is, but we do care that it has a query param named term with a value of hello. Now, if you don't care about the value, you just want to know that the term query param was present, you could use a wildcard. So you can say with query param term *, and that says I'm going to respond to this as long as term was present. I don't care what value it was actually set to. Then you can use regular expressions again. So in this example, the third example here, where we give it a regular expression, in this case we're just saying we want one or more characters. So term has to be a value that's one or more characters, A to Z, upper or lowercase, 0 to 9. So that would, all three of these things here would match and respond with 200 OK. The next is by header. So we want to be able to match when headers, specific headers come in, and we can do that very much the same. So with header, accept video MP4. We can do wildcard, accept star. We can do with header, accept a regular expression, as we can see here. I've created there's a regex there that basically says anything that's prefixed with video and has letters and numbers as the second part of the accept header, we match. And then we've got with headers again. So we can do matches by chaining with header, for example. We can supply with headers as a string list, and that will help you match those headers. We can request match bodies. So if we say I want to stub a request ** with body hello world, if the content in this case matches the body exactly of hello world, it will give back a 200 OK. If it's if you want to only match a partial body, then you can use regular expressions to match that body. In this case, we're just saying anything that starts with hello, comma, and then a bunch of characters and then terminated with an exclamation mark, that's going to match. But bodies are interesting because bodies can be complex data types. So the most common in web interactions typically is, or certainly in web, web applications, not API applications, would be form data. So form data is like this. So it's exactly the same format as your URL or URI query parameters, but the content instead is going into the body, not in the URI. So the content type is application x -www form URL encoded, and then the values username equals superadmin, ampersand to separate another value, password equals god. So super secure username and superadmin username and password here, and we can use a handy helper called with form data. So we can say stub request with form data username superadmin with form data password *. You can see I'm using there the wildcard for matching the password, or you can stub the request with the same thing effectively. The second example here would be doing it with a regular expression. And then we can do the same thing with JSON. So we've got this JSON payload here, it comes in, and we can say we're going to stub this request with JSON where display name should be *. So we're wildcard matching the display name. We must have a display name, but we don't care what the actual value is. And notice here we're using JSON path. So to get the nested values of preferences color scheme, the color scheme value within preferences hash, we say preferences.color scheme, and we are testing here for a specific value, and then I've got a regex here matching the preferences.language. Just as with JSON, we can do exactly the same thing here with XML. So this is effectively the same data structure, but submitted in XML, and we can use the .with XML matches to do pretty much exactly the same thing we just did with JSON, But instead of using JSON path, we use XPath format to define where the values we're looking for are. So this first one /profile/display name is how we get to Howard Hughes as the display name. We've also we always respond. WebMox always responds, but what happens when nothing matches? So this case, delete document, where we're stubbing the request for get document, it doesn't match. So we respond back a 501 not implemented. So we always respond back with something. But it's you should keep an eye out for the 501 not implemented responses, because that means your matching is your request for what you're expecting is not quite what it should be. So then let's have a look at dynamic matching. Just like dynamic responses, we have an anonymous method which allows us to do matching. It allows any custom logic to match a request, and you just return true to match it, and you return false to ignore it. So if you return true, it's going to generate a response. If you return false, it's not going to, or it will generate the normal not implemented response. And this is what it looks like. So stub request, instead of the string parameters, we pass it this function with a request argument, which is an iWebMock HTTP request, and it returns a boolean, and you just say result equals true if you want it to match. So you can inspect the content of the a request argument there, and if you like what you see and you want to match against it, then you just return true. Otherwise, return false, or do nothing, and it will. And false is the default behavior. Then a key important thing about WebMox is verifying requests. So if get/ comes in, and we want to know that get/ was actually performed, we can do this. So we stub the request get/, and then we do something, in this case get index on my client, and we're expecting that procedure on my client is going to make a request, a HTTP request of our server, which is going to be a get to the URI /. So we can write the assertion as webmock.assert.request get/ was requested. So here you can see we're using this WebMock syntax to be very descriptive, not only about how we want to match and respond to requests, we're also descriptively writing our assertion, so we know exactly what we expected. And we provide shorthands for all of the common HTTP verbs, or the most common HTTP verbs. As you can see, webmock.assert.delete, and then you only pass it the URI that you're expecting. And then we've got get, we've got head, we've got patch, we've got post, and we've got put. It just helps to clean up the syntax as you're writing it. And we can also verify the requests by inspecting history. So all requests performed are logged. Inspect the history to find out more. And its history is a list of iWebMock HTTP request instances, and it provides access to the HTTP method, URI, HTTP version, the headers, and the body. And you can inspect them and work out whether things happened the way you expected them to. And when you need to, you can reset the history. So if you're doing multiple runs of a test, if your test is to say how things behave on repeated calls, for example, and you want to clean up your history so you can make new assertions, you can just call webmock reset history between calls, and that will just clean up your history. And because it's the history that the webmock.assert builds upon, you don't necessarily need to directly interact with the history yourself, but it's useful to know that reset history is there even for the webmock.assert calls. And then it's worth noting there are negative assertions. So if get / comes in, we stub the request. What if we want to make sure that a request wasn't made? And in this case, we're saying when we do a my client get index, we aren't expecting. This is a slightly contrived example, by the way, but it's webmock assert request delete / dot was not requested. So we're saying we're just saying the inverse of it. So you could do some of these things without these inverse methods, but it just cleans up the syntax by doing it this way. And then let's have a look at verifying requests with matches. So just as we would expect to do on the stubbing the request side, we can also use those matches the same as we could on the assertion. So we can be very specific and say we expected here webmock.assert put / with query param version 2 with header authorization matching a regex with JSON title updated document was requested. So we're doing a lot here. We're doing a great deal of inspection here of the HTTP messages without doing a huge amount of work. We are just being very descriptive about it. If you wanted to do this in a DUnitX test without webmocks, all of the things you would have to do to make sure all of that was true would make the test in many ways unviable. How are you going to justify to your boss that you're going to spend ages writing lots of complex code to verify things, whereas webmocks just lets you just write it out fluently. When working with common patterns within a application, you might want to consider how to organize stubs that you might repetitively use, and we'll use REST here as an example. So here's a brief recipe for REST, and we'll just quickly describe what REST is. First, it's an opinionated sort of abstraction of HTTP, but ultimately it is just HTTP. So when you create a resource, you are typically making a post request to a resource endpoint. So in this case, / to the index. And if you want to read from a REST endpoint, you do a get / for the index of those of that resource. You do a get / ID for the individual objects that you want to retrieve. If you want to update an object, you use the same as you would for the get resource. You would put or patch a payload to the /ID endpoint, and if you want to delete an object, you would do a delete /ID. So you should consider creating repositories, because this is what it looks like on the right. The webmock stub request post resources at the top there, with header, content type, application JSON to respond 201. So 201 is created. So that's typically what you would respond to a post request in a REST endpoint. Then we've got the reading resources, which is actually using a regex to say this resource object, whatever it is, we stub the request get to tregex create /resources/ and then any number. And then again, we respond with some JSON there, which is what would be expected for fetching an object from a RESTful resource. Again, the read index, very much the same thing. We don't need the regex though, because we are fetching the index, so it's /resources in this case. And there's just an example here with body with resources with an array of resources to be returned. In this case, it's an empty array. And then there's the delete object, which is just virtually the same as the get for reading a resource, but it's looking for a delete. And then the thing at the bottom, and I'll put a note here, place this at the end. And the real reason for that is programmer laziness. We don't want to repeat that line for both a patch and a put in case you are flexible in accepting which methods you use. It's common in REST to use patch and put interchangeably. Some people might disagree with that, but that is the reality of REST resources. So we use a wildcard on the method. Now, if we place this higher up, above the delete or the get resource, the read resource request, then it would be confused, and it would be this response that would match above those things, because the stubs are evaluated in the order that they're defined. So that's why in this case, because the response is going to be the same whether it's a pat or a butch, we're just putting it at the bottom there, so we can then use the star to show to match that. Okay, so let's quickly have a look at failures. So you need to have a recipe for failures. HTTP clients should be able to handle failures, test them. And as an example, your resource failures are going to be things like redirections. If that's things in the 300 area, 301 and so on, 302 and whatever. And then you've got the one we all know. I think everyone in the street, whether they work in computers or not, knows a 404 not found. We've all seen one. You should consider authentication and authorization failures. So not signed in, 401 unauthorized, not authorized, 403 forbidden. And then you should consider service failures, 500 internal server errors, and throttling responses, which is 429 too many requests typically. And you can see here I've got a little example where we're going to do a dynamic response, which allows you to test a client. So the first two requests that it receives are going to be too many requests, with status too many requests. But the third request is going to be responded to with an OK. And if you have something defined like this, you can test your retry behavior, because we shouldn't just be failing straight off on like 429 too many requests. Really, if we can, within reason, we should probably be retrying those to make our applications more robust. So just give it a bit of back off time, say like maybe wait a second or two, and then try it again. And maybe your policy is if it fails, then maybe you pause for a few more seconds and then slightly longer, and then you try again. And you can help to test that behavior with dynamic responders like this. Okay, so under the hood, WebMox is an indie server, of course. I told you I like indie. So we wrap an indie HTTP server, and it takes care of it takes care of all of the indie boilerplate. You don't need any indie knowledge to know how to use WebMox, and it automatically binds to the next available port above 8080 on initialization. So that means if 8080 is available, it will use it. Otherwise, it will just keep going until it finds a free port. Or you can override it with the constructor. So you can see here twebmock.create 8765. That's going to attempt to bind to that port for you. And because your webmock, your client isn't going to know what port your webmock is configured for, make use of the webmock.url for, which will give you a URL for the configured webmock. There are a few things we should consider about webmocks. It can't help you to test SSL or TLS only clients, and that's because it doesn't terminate SSL or TLS. That would require a level of complexity greater than I thought of real value in WebMox. There are other ways these things can be tested. Your clients need to be able to override the endpoint of where your client is going to be able to test it with WebMox, and testing it with HTTP should be good enough in your tests. But then obviously most clients these days work HTTPS by default when talking to real world servers. So you need to have a mechanism for testing that. It's just not WebMox. The other thing is it can't help you to test client exceptions. And what I mean by that is this code on the right that I'm showing you here, don't try this. There's no point. It will just return you a 500 internal server error, because all that's going to do is raise an exception inside the indie server. The indie server is going to catch that and do what the indie server does and respond with a 500 internal server error because it got an exception that it didn't know what to do with. So if you think you were going to be like super smart and raise an exception in a dynamic responder that your client is going to see, it won't see that. It won't see that exception. So it's just a little gotcha that I thought I should mention to help you get used to what you can and can't achieve with WebMox. The other thing is tests are expensive. They exercise a lot. They're setting up, every test is going to be setting up a web server, and then it's going to be defining ways to match requests and then ways to respond requests. And maybe you're using lots of fixture files, loading resources off of disk all the time. This is great. It's better than not being able to test these things, but they are expensive. So they are not. They are a complement to good unit tests. They're not a replacement. So you should be doing all of your unit tests that a good developer should be doing anyway. These are the integration tests that give you that extra level of assurance that things that are very hard to test in unit testing, and hopefully. They will make up a part of a greater test suite. Okay, let's jump straight in and have a look at a demo. So here in Delphi, I'm just going to quickly create a new DUnit X project. and I'm just going to leave the default options, except for I'm just going to ask it to create a setup and teardown method for me because I'm lazy. And T my client tests is going to be our fixture test name here, and here it is. I'm just going to quickly save this. So let's have a new folder, my client, and this is going to be tests.myclient, and the project is going to be my client tests. So this is the DUnitX boilerplate that we can see here. I'm just going to quickly switch the layout of my Delphi to my TDD layout. So I customized my layout slightly to help me with working in a TDD flow. And I do this I use the new Delphi 12 split editor feature. So I can see my test unit on one side and my implementation on another side. At the minute it's showing the tests in both because I don't have a unit yet, and I should note that I use Test Insight. So if you don't use Test Insight and you write tests, you should probably consider going and downloading and installing Test Insight. It is a great IDE plugin. It is my one essential IDE plugin that I always install first of all. Okay, let's crack on with the with this test. I should note that I need to enable Test Insight. So if I right click on my project and say Test Insight project, it now means that when I run the project, the results, they don't show in a dialog like a normal DUnit test run. They are fed into Test Insight, and you can see here it says 0 test, 0 passed, 0 failed, 0 skipped, and that's as expected. It's a blank test project at the moment. So let's make first of all, we're going to make this test unit webmocks enabled. So here's the boilerplate for our webmock. So there's one line, and then we're going to define a private webmock, webmock, and that's line 2. And then in the setup we say webmock equals t webmock.create, and in the teardown we say webmock.free, and that is the boilerplate for webmock. Of course, if you're doing a lot of webmock integration testing in your test suite, you might consider creating a base class for your tests that would deal with this for you at that level, and then you only have to write it once. Now we are going to bring in the unit that we're going to test. So my client, that doesn't exist, so I'm going to make it exist, make the tests, or make the project compile again, and my client, and again that should now compile and run. If we then come and set up our client, my client, now that won't pass anymore because we've got a red squiggly there. So we come over into our test unit and we say type my client, and this is going to be a class, and that should be enough again to make this this compile. But in our setup we should probably set this up here. So client equals my client dot create, but we're going to need to pass in an argument here which is going to be the API base for our client. So we're going to say webmock.url4, and we'll just say it's the root of our webmock that is going to be that base for the URL. And we should also remember here in the teardown to free our test. And now let's make sure that my client has a constructor that actually allows this to compile. So let's have a public constructor create, and we're going to say it's const a API base is a string, and we can say, so this is going to be inherited create, and we're going to now say f API base equals a API base. Now we need to define what f API base is, so it's going to be a private field. F API base is going to be a string, and again that should now, once again, that should pass, or should at least compile and run. So now we can actually start writing a test about some functionality that we want to exist. So let's define a test, and how I usually define my tests is, or how I name my tests is, the first part is going to be what I'm testing. So I'm going to test a procedure called get Carter, and then I put an underscore, and then I put a precondition. Now in this case there's no preconditions, so I'm going to say always. It's always going to do. And what is it going to do? I put an underscore and then I describe what it's going to do, and we're going to say makes request. So let's complete that. So here's another thing I often do. If I'm not exactly sure where I'm going with the setup, I start with the assertion. So I say, so I go here and say, actually, so webmock.assert .get Carter .was requested. Okay, so let's just run that and let's just see what happens. We've not done anything, but we can now see down here in the test insight we get the failure message, expected to find request matching get Carter. Okay, so that's useful. So there was no request, but that's no surprise because we haven't actually done anything here. So what we want to do is we want to say, how would we invoke this? It's going to just be client.get Carter. This is going to be really simple. It's as easy as that. That won't pass now. We've got red squigglies. So we go over here and we can then just say, okay, so procedure get Carter, and let's define this. So we're going to need something here. I mean, this will execute now, but it's still going to fail because it's not doing anything. So I'm going to come up here and say we're going to need an F client, and it's going to be a HTTP client, and that means we're going to need uses system.net.http client, and we're going to need to initialize that. So in our create here we can say F client equals thttp client.create. Now if we're creating it, we're going to need to destroy it, so let's add a destructor to tidy that up. So destroy, and we override that, and we then say F client equals sorry, dot free. We're doing the free. So that should now give us a client to work with. We can just say here fclient.get, and we are going to use the F API base that we initialized the client with, and we're then going to just attach onto it here the endpoint that we want to talk to, and we're going to say get Carter. So if we now compile and execute our test again, we can now see our test has succeeded, and that says my client tests get Carter always makes request has passed, and we can it's worth pointing out here that I haven't actually stubbed this request in the webmock, and that's fine. If all you're doing is making an assertion that something was requested, you don't necessarily need to stub it unless the behavior of your client needs it. We've not set any behavior here that needs a specific response. All we've said is when you call get Carter, get/Carter is going to have happened. As we develop this further in more iterations, you're probably going to need to come in here and then actually do the webmock.stub request get Carter, and that way you know that you're going to get the 200 back. But because our client doesn't actually rely on any particular status or anything, so it doesn't matter for this case. So that's a quick iteration on creating a client with a function that calls a web request and tests it using webmocks. Okay, so let's quickly run over what it is we have hopefully learned. So webmocks allows stubbing and mocking of HTTP requests using a simple, fluent interface. And we can see how that helps us. It's designed with syntax aligned with HTTP terms, so we can describe exactly the scenario that we're testing right in the test, and we can even use that same syntax to actually assert the things with that same fluent interface. It allows complex matching and responses through anonymous methods. So you can do all sorts of crazy things that I haven't even thought about by just adding a couple of anonymous methods. So they're very powerful for you. So do test your HTTP interactions. You know, we've made it easy with webmocks, so I hope you see some real benefits in your testing practices using webmocks, and I hope you find that your HTTP clients as a result are more robust as a result. It's not a replacement for testing against real services, so you will need to test against those real services. Real world services do behave, they often do behave different to whatever you imagined in a test environment. So webmocks will get you a lot of the way without touching a real service, but you will need to go and verify what you imagined in your test suite to actually be true in the real world. It's free, it's open source, so please go and enjoy it. I hope you make good use of it in your daily development. So thank you. That was integration testing with webmocks. You can get the webmocks library. You can get it through Get It, by the way. It's available for the current versions of Delphi with Get It. You can also go and install it from the GitHub repository. All the instructions are there for you at this link, github.com/appercept/delphi-webmocks. If you want to see more from Appercept and myself, come along to my website, www.appercept.com. If you've got any questions, email me, info@appercept.com. You can tweet or X me at appercepthq. I hope you have found this useful. Thank you.
Well, fantastic presentation. And Richard joins us live in the studio. I'm going to make you appear. Oh, let's see. Let's do that. There you go. That's better.
Hello.
We're now equal. How's it going?
Good, thanks. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I've been chatting away to you in the background, and we've been discussing all sorts of various things. I've got some questions that I'm going to pop up because one of them was hilarious, which is it's not really a question, more of a comment, which was Get Carter, the original Michael Caine version. Everybody spotted your Get Carter reference. You didn't sneak in and get away with it.
Well, I nearly did. I thought if I hadn't used so much time in the steps in the tutorial part of it, I actually had in mind that I would develop a more involved, complex demo, and it was going to have Get Shorty. It was going to have all kinds of movie references. Like I had ideas for things,
blowing doors off and things like that. That would have to be happening as well, you know. So
yeah, there was all kinds of
classic lines. I'll be back, you know.
yeah. So unfortunately, I spent more time. You know, as you can see, there's a lot of web mocks. There's a huge amount of capability in something very, small and simple, really.
I've managed to let the dog out because he was getting fed up with listening about web mocks. I think he's got no class personally, but there you go. Patrick also pointed out that his web mocks is available. You did say this on your video, but available on Get It, Delphinius, and its repository as well. So, and it's
thank you, Patrick. He's obviously a YouTube pro and knows how to put links there.
Twitch, yeah, he's always on Twitch. Actually, he's a super guy. Yeah, I mean that's why he's the Spirit of Delphi award winner. He's a real hero. And sometimes unsung hero because he does things quietly in the background and people don't notice quite how engaged with the community is. But he's a real asset to the community, as are you, actually. Funny enough, I don't want to
thank you.
Be too complimentary. It's a very un-British of us, isn't it? So a couple of questions. One of them was, if you were to sum up web mocks in an elevator pitch, an elevator pitch is where it's Americanism, but I'm technically an American. People get in the elevator or the lift, and you've got enough time. Elon Musk is there, and he says, "What do you do? Explain web mocks." And you've got till the 25th floor or whatever. What would your elevator pitch be for web mocks?
Now, I appreciate with web mocks, and I think testing software in general, it's a hard pitch. It's always a hard pitch, especially for managers. They just see it as lost time. But I would say if your business is network, internet computing, you are talking to web services, things like that, you need to test them. And there's lots of ways to go about testing them, and there are pros and cons about all of them. But this offers the fast middle ground that actually lets you exercise real HTTP requests and actually know that they are being performed. I didn't just off of a whim decide to build web mocks. Web mocks was actually built years ago now for building my AWS SDK. I built my AWS SDK first. Like I started building it just ad hoc, kind of random kind of thing, and I soon realized, it wasn't very good. I wasn't happy with it, and then I took a moment. I stepped back. I then went and built web mocks so I could write tests in a nice, clean way, and it propelled my development forward then. So my AWS SDK has thousands of tests testing pretty much every action, every parameter of every action with web mocks.
Yeah, and if people, I'm going to point in the right direction. There you go, up there. If people scan that QR code that I'm pointing to right now, I'm probably looking at now. That's kind of cool. I'll get like a real YouTuber now. You see. Click on there. But if you scan that QR code, it will take you directly to Richard's website. You can also, and it's important if they didn't see yesterday's session, because sometimes people see these out of step. It's important to know that actually you do the AWS components or API or SDK. I'm not sure how we would describe it, but it's a little bit of both. And allows people to integrate AWS services into their apps really easily. I did one with the space computer that I did where I added a Star Trek computer voice, and people are scanning your QR code. Look, yeah.
Thank you.
I made the space computer speak, and it took me like 5 minutes, and 4 of those minutes were just reading exactly what I needed to do. I mean, I registered the AWS account, which took a lot longer because it is about Amazon.
The admin is always.
Oh my gosh! I mean, I always say to people, and Roger Swan's on next, but I always say to people, C++ is the answer you get when you say, "How can I make computer programming as difficult as possible?" Well, AWS is exactly the thing. How can I make setting up an account as difficult as possible? Because you go to their AWS site and it's like, what do I click on next? I appreciate they have a lot of different things, but wow, it's.
I mean, I think the last time my original sign up for Amazon Web Services was like 15 years ago.
Oh, right. When it was like one website or something.
I'm pretty sure it was actually much easier. But now, I mean, it's a much more complex beast now than it was.
Jeff Bezos probably hand typed your application into a spreadsheet in those days. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, in my career, AWS has been an important thing, and I think the WebMox and the AWS actually, I can see how they join together. And for corporate customers, it's important to understand that with your AWS stuff, Apicept's AWS stuff, it makes it really easy. And if you have tried doing it without your stuff, you'll soon realize quite how difficult it is. You can do it the hard way, but the whole point about RAD Studio is rapid application development. That's what RAD stands for. And so why do all the hard work with lots of HTTP failure codes and try and do that when someone like you has gone out and put all the effort in and the work in? And I know how much, as I said yesterday, you really craft your components. We have private meetings about your stuff, and I know how much effort you put into it to make sure it's good quality, way beyond what I would ever do. My stuff would just fall over. But
I'm sure you're just saying.
I know you're a good programmer, but I always say to everybody, hey, everybody's better than me. I just talk a lot. But that's my skill. But your AWS stuff, if they're using Amazon services, especially things like S3 and Poly and all the other really expanding, burgeoning Amazon services that are out there, you can do magical things. And you and I are actually going to do a series where we're going to show some live coding of using those services as well, because I think as a company, Embarcadero don't promote it enough, and I think they deserve a lot of promotion, and that's something that.
And remember, it's an upsell for Embarcadero because if you're on an enterprise or architect subscription, you already get my components. So
there you go.
As much as I want you all to come along and buy my soon-to-be-released commercial versions. It's been available for 2.5-3 years as a part of the subscription, and I often find people don't seem to realize that when I tell them, they're surprised. Yeah, and
I think they also go, oh, does it do this? Yeah, it does. I mean, like I say, the simple thing I did was just making my space computer talk. And it was a bit of fun, but you know what? If I'd have done that, and of course I could change the voice. So I could pick an Amazon voice that sounded just like Margel Barrett, not the same, but similar, and who did the Star Trek computer. For those of you that don't know Star Trek, and you shouldn't really be watching this stream if you don't know Star Trek, but Margel Barrett being the space computer, and so I was able to get it to say things like, Ensign Barker, come to the bridge, and Klingons on the starboard bow, and all those kind of things. But those are just fun things. But it was a few lines of code, and you've shown in other demonstrations like yesterday translating text, extracting text from images. All of these, as you said, the WebMox library came into it to make it possible for you to actually write those components and make them so good quality. So there's a kind of synergy between the open source part of it actually feeding into the commercial part of it as well. So when people say, well, why release something as open source? Because A, you're generous and crazy, and B, it gets used by a lot of people, which overall improves the quality of services and benefits everyone. So good stuff. I've got another question, and we've got quite a
and don't forget, I was building on top of open source tools. DUnitX is an open source tool, and
Test Insight as well.
Or Test Insight is an open source, but it's free. It's freely available. Stefan Glianke provides it as a download free of charge. So
yeah, in fact, there was a question about that. Let me just go to the questions bit. Someone said, and I actually don't know the answer to this. I tried and looked and I couldn't find out. I'm still sure Stefan would tell us. Is 1.2 still the latest version of Test Insight?
Yeah, I believe it is. I know it's not very clear on the website, like what version. They don't, when new things, it's not a part of the file name when you download it. But if I remember rightly, it is 1.2 or thereabouts.
Yeah, and in fact,
that's compatible with up to Delphi 12. So.
Yeah, and in fact, Patrick says the same thing as well. All of us met in Amsterdam. Patrick, you and Stefan was there as well. And the funny thing was, I had this horrible moment where Stefan is very well known in the community, but he always uses a cartoon avatar. Yeah. So for whatever reason, I don't know why, I'd never actually seen him as a human being. I'd never seen his face. And everyone's like, hi, Ian, come to Amsterdam. We're all greeting each other. And everyone goes, you must, of course, know this person. And I'm looking at it and thinking, I actually don't recognize him. Who is it? And they went, you don't know him? I'm like, oh, God, it's obviously someone very well known.
I had the same thing. As I got out the hotel, I bumped into him, or at the train station, I bumped into him, and someone introduced me. And just as Stefan though, and I had to squint for a second. I was like, yeah.
Does it look like a cartoon? Yeah, and he just happens to use an avatar all the while that is a cartoon. For those of you that don't know, Stefan Glianke, very, very, very talented developer. He's one of those ones where he gives answers to questions sometimes that, first of all, I didn't understand the question that was asked of him in the first place, and secondly, I definitely didn't understand the answer. And he is really out there in terms of, I mentioned this when we were sitting on stage together in Amsterdam, and he's like, oh, no, you're embarrassing me and I don't deserve it. I'm sorry, but you do deserve it. You are one of those people that you have to admire their skill, and I admired you're a skilled developer yourself, and I admire your skills and stuff like that. It takes a developer to understand another developer and have that kind of meeting of minds to understand what is good and what's not good about them. And I've told you to face. I think you're a decent guy. Complete fool, of course, but it was good in Amsterdam as well to meet so many talented developers. And
I hope they're doing it again next year.
I'm going to put so much pressure on Marco G to make it happen. I think in general, everyone was saying that the Delphi Summit was so good that it's got to happen again, no matter what. I think it was a lot of effort by GDK. I was really impressed by how much time they put into it, and we've got plenty of spare time, by the way, so we can chat. Yeah. But I don't know what drain that put on their company resources, because they really pushed the boat out.
Yeah, I know GDK impressed me as a company anyway.
Absolutely,
the way they operate, and I think that event showed, they know what they're doing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Marco G is. I mean, he needs to change his surname to something like Jones or something. But apart from that, it's because I can't say his last name. Marco Geyser. One of them. And he always looks horribly insulted, but he doesn't. I'd rather say Marco G than get it wrong 55 times in a row. So, but I said to them, like I was extremely impressed. I mean, they are in Brazil, they're in the UK, they're in Holland, and all over the place. And in their Brazilian offices, on the building outside, it says, "We are Delphi." I think that's the exact phrase. And you can't get better than someone that pins their name to the mast like that. And all kudos to them, all respect, because that event, there are lots of good events that get held, but that Delphi Summit was the first time in years where I've gone to, and I've been to a lot of different events, where I've been to an event and it was amazingly vibrant. Everybody there was really pumped by it and said, "This is such an awesome event." But the arena that it was held in was that computer games arena. I mean, how incredible was that?
Yeah, their esports setup and things. I was actually gutted. Like, knowing we were going there, I was excited to go and play some video games and things. But
I never played video
games. I didn't. It was non-stop talking for 3 days or whatever it was, or 2 days, 3 days. I can't remember now. It was a blur.
It was a lot of days. Yeah, I think it was just 2 days. But yeah,
2 days. I was there for 3 days. Though. But I showed up with intentions to go play those games, but it was such a blur constantly talking Delphi with so many interesting and interested people that I didn't get a chance to. Although I have challenged a number of people, like I think I said to Marco and you, if we do end up going back there, we're going to have a race on one of those racing sims.
Oh dear. I never play computer games ever. I in a career that spans nearly 40 years now, I think overall, I think Patrick says it was a long event as well, because Patrick went and it was a long time. There were a lot of MVPs there and things like that, but it was just regular developers there as well who were able to make it. I know not everybody made it, and I'm sorry to the ones that didn't make it. But these events are important. COVID was a horrible time for the world, but now it does seem safer. I'm not going to say 100% safe, because you never know with these things, and some people still say it was a myth, and I'm like, okay, whatever. But my brother-in-law's an ER doctor. He's happy to show you x-rays of people's lungs and go, that's not a myth, But honestly, he said someone with COVID, their lungs look like cracked glass. That's really not good. And I'm guessing that there aren't many diseases that do that to you. So perhaps, a bad apple or a box of cornflakes or something can do it, but I doubt it.
Yeah, but fingers crossed we won't have that again, but or certainly not for a long time.
Well, they said once in a lifetime, but it depends how many lifetimes you live, isn't it? See? The Buddhist karma thing. But I mean, I'm going to Brazil in September, and there's an event in Portugal as well that I think I'm going to. And for someone who's saying I don't really care about traveling, I seem to travel a lot, but these in-person events are important because they do spread the word around about Delphi and enable me to talk to people and get feedback that I can then take back to Embarcadero and say, this is what people are saying. I say it all the time. Email me, and tell me the truth, because I don't want to hear people that say, "Oh, everything's great," which is fine if it is. But I think if we don't listen to the things that aren't great, then how can we get better? And we should not be scared of people being critical about things. And actually, a lot of people aren't too critical. Everybody wants a product for free, of course. And various things that are, ongoing bugs and things like that. But yeah, it's good stuff. Well, look, people need to scan your QR code there to go to your website. I think that's all the questions that we had. I'm going to say goodbye to you, because I'm going to then introduce a few other sessions as well. But thanks for sticking around. Thanks for the effort that you put in. I know, as someone who records webinars and creates them himself, for every hour that people see, there are hours that go into that. And I know, you know, your slides are so slick. You know, you have these progressions that go through and things like that. I know that doesn't happen it's not by accident. You know, you don't just click and it happens. You've got to put effort into there. So I really appreciate the effort you put in, and we will be streaming, you and I, in the future as well, where I'll probably just sit and keep quiet while you do coding. But you know, I do appreciate the effort you put in every time. So, you know, thanks for coming.
You're very welcome.
Right, no worries.
Hope people find it interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, I think they do. You know, all right. I'll speak to you soon.
Cheers.
Okay, so that was Richard Hatherall from Appercept. Like I say, if you want to go up to his website, if you scan that QR code there, it'll take you directly to his website, where you can look at the AWS components he does, but also get to his WebMox library and a few other things as well. Right, just a brief chat about the other sessions that are coming up. We are actually producing some content today that's longer than the usual 45 minutes to an hour. And what's happened there is I've caused havoc by saying yes to people. And so we have some sessions that last an hour and a half, like Richard's one that just did, which was very good. And we've got another one coming up, which is, I believe, over an hour in the recording as well. And that means that our times are slipping a little bit. Okay. And so I think I'd rather do that than you not get the content. So coming up in a moment, I'm just going to briefly go through, is Roger Swan, where he will be talking about CLang or Clang out of the box. After that, in about an hour and 20 minutes time from now, will be Why You Should Leave at Delphi 7 Once and For All by Dion Mai. And finally, after that, Jim McKeith, and he will be talking about FireDAC, your ultimate dataset weapon. It's a follow-up from yesterday's session. It's a more in-depth session. And like I say, if you're waiting for times, there will be a little bit slipping on. So the next presentation is from Roger Swan, and it is CLang out of the box. It's about an hour. And then I think Roger's going to join us afterwards for the Q&A as well. Stick around, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Or perhaps some people are even working in the middle of the night. I'm delighted to be a very small part of the Development Days of Summer 2024 presentation by Embarcadero. I'm going to talk to you about using Clang with Windows. The Embarcadero C++ builder subset of Rad Studio is an ideal tool for anybody wanting to get the well-known and well-established Clang C++ compiler running conveniently on a Windows platform. In fact, it runs straight out of the box with Rad Studio or C++ Builder. This is me. My name is Roger Swan. I set up Seagull Controls Limited way back in 1981 when I was writing hex code on a entry through a calculator keypad into a Motorola development 8-bit microprocessor development system. I very quickly picked up Borland Turbo C and went on to be a big fan of the Borland C++ builder and the Embarcadero Rad Studio products. I use them extensively and still do. They've earned me a reasonable living all these years. And as you can see, I was honoured to be invited to join the Embarcadero MVP scheme, particularly as a C++ enthusiast. You might like to ponder where I got the name Seagull from. I'll reveal that at the end of the presentation. What are we going to talk about? Well, a brief introduction into Clang. Then we'll demonstrate the building a simple Hello World console, because that's what you have to do whenever you're starting with a new language presentation. We'll talk about different versions of compilers that Embarcadero currently issue with their tool. The way you work with GUI, graphic user interface frameworks, the convenience and the ease of adding third-party products to the Embarcadero development system, and also the wide range of third-party components that are available. Then I'll demonstrate building a VCL application, which is a very trivial demonstration because of time limitations, but showing you a GUI application building from scratch. I'll just touch on debugging, show you how this work is built into the IDE, and just touch on VCL styles, which is actually quite a complicated subject, which is how you can quickly change the overall appearance of your application, your Windows application, without affecting its functionality. And then you'll have had quite enough from me by then. It'll be time for some questions and answers, so I'll have a brief conclusion. When C++ was first developed by Bjarne Stroustrup, they very quickly followed many versions of C++ compilers. Lots of companies got on the bandwagon and tried to write their own, or succeeded in writing their own indeed, and Borland was one of them. As the language has evolved, and it continues to evolve, it's become more and more complex. The standards committees got involved, and there became a quite rigorous and time-consuming method of verifying that your C++ compiler was indeed completely compliant with the latest language standards. And because there's a language standard changes quite frequently, this has become a fairly onerous task for compiler developing teams. And now there are much fewer C++ compilers out there that one might choose for a new project. Clang is one of them. Clang is one of the newer ones. It has some novel technology underneath the hood. We're not going to talk really about that today, but it's gaining a strong following, a strong reputation for reliability, quality of code, and versions of Clang run on all the major operating systems. But Clang Clang's an open source compiler, and as such its sort of roots were originally in the Linux world. There are ways of getting it running on Windows, of course, but the Embarcadero C++ Builder solution is an out-of-the-box solution. You can install the Embarcadero C++ Builder and start it up, and you are ready to run a Clang C++ compiler. Embarcadero C++ Builder is a subset of Rad Studio, so if you have a Rad Studio license, then the same applies. As you install Rad Studio, straight out of the box you can run Clang. You can compile, build, link, run Clang compiled C++ code. It's that simple. So we ought to prove that it's that simple, and the first thing we're going to do is demonstrate building the Hello World console application. Does anybody write console applications these days? You'd be surprised. I'm sure there are many people out there still doing that, particularly in the control world, in the Internet of Things world, where you don't have a graphical user interface in your application, and the console approach is all you need. In fact, I have a job at the minute where I'm writing a C++ console application using Clang 64-bit under the Embarcadero C++ builder. We're going to demonstrate building this Hello World application without using any of the extra power that comes with the Embarcadero product. So no frameworks, just the bare minimum to run the C++ code with the standard template library, the STL. Okay, let's see it happen. I'm going to create a simple Hello World console application as a simple demonstration. So I'm using RAD Studio 12, and I go to File, New, because I'm creating a new application. It's a whole list of different sorts of application that I can choose from. I'm going to go for Console Application in C++. I'm going to select C++ file. I'm not going to have any target framework. And you'll see that it's created me a skeleton application. And in here, I'm just going to type 2 lines of code, which are the standard C++ Hello World code. And now I'm going to run that. Let's see what happens. Up here, there's a green triangle with a little ladybird next to it. That's the run mode running in debugging mode. It's compiling and linking, and now it's created the shell, and there's the Hello World that we expect to see. I'm going to press a key on the keyboard and the program terminates. Now this is defaulted to producing a Windows 32-bit application. You can see over to the right I have the project tree available. It's just named the project 1, and here's file 1, which is the file we're editing. And you'll see that it's part of a project group which is called project group 1. I'm going to do a save all, file save all, and I'm going to navigate to where I want to save my source code. And I'm going to call the project, give it a meaningful name. I'm going to call it console Hello World. And now it's going to ask me for the name of this file that I'm going to save, which is the source code file. I'm going to call this conhw main because it's got the main entry point for the program. And you'll see that in the project window now those names have appeared. I think I'll save this project group as well. I'm going to call the project group, and I'm going to give the project group a name of Summer 2024, as I'm part of the CodeGear Festival. Okay, you can see that the build configurations are set to debug. Again, we'll come to that in a minute. And then the target platform is a Windows 32-bit platform. Well, I'm up with the world in terms of being modern, so I'm going to create an up-to-date Windows 64-bit console application. So I'm going to right-click on the target platforms and select Add Platform. And you'll see that there's actually 2 options for Windows 64-bit. And I'm going to choose Windows 64-bit Modern. We'll have a discussion about the availability of different compilers after this section of the presentation. You'll see there's a checkbox to make this new platform that I've selected active. Okay, so now you can see that I've got Windows 64-bit here as the option. That's the target it's selected, and because this is in the bold, that tells me that it's Windows 64 that's selected. I can build this now. I go to Project, Build Console Hello World. It's doing the compilation again. And that's completed. And now I'm going to run it. And there we go. Hello world again. Okay, so that's how you build Hello World application. And in fact, we demonstrated there with no additional frameworks, using both a 32-bit and a 64-bit compiler. C++ Builder version 12.1, the latest version, actually comes with 4 C++ compilers that target Windows. You might think 4 is a bit excessive, but they're all there for a reason. For 32-bit applications, there's what's known as the classic compiler. This is basically the original Borland C++ compiler that had a great reputation in its time for producing code and compiling very quickly, but it hasn't been supported for quite some time and is really only there for legacy applications. But of course, C++ Builder and Rad Studio have been around for a long time, so there's a lot of legacy code out there that uses Classic Compiler, and I'm the author of lots of it, and I still support code that's written using the Classic Compiler, and it all works fine. But it would not be my choice for new projects. It doesn't support any of the newer modern C++ language features. There's also a Clang 32-bit compiler, and if you want to write 32-bit applications for Windows in C++, the Clang compiler is the option you would go for, unless you have a good reason, which is really a legacy code reason for using Classic. With the 64-bit targets, there are 2 versions of the Clang compiler. An older version, which was the one Embarcadero first introduced for creating C++ 64-bit applications, and a much more recent edition, which they're currently calling Clang Modern, which is based on a modern toolchain compatible with our competitors, Embarcadero's competitors, in many ways, and is the sensible choice for any new 64-bit Clang project. The older one is likely to be phased out fairly shortly in favour of encouraging everybody to use the modern version of the Clang compiler. But you currently get both. Interestingly, you select which of the 32-bit classic or Clang compilers you want to use in the project options page, and you select the 64 bits because they're a completely different tool set as a separate target platform rather than in the project options. That doesn't mean much to novices, but there's just 2 different ways of selecting which compiler that you need to use. I would suggest for anybody writing a new Windows application, they would use the Clang Modern and 64-bit code, which is what the rest of the presentation that I'm offering does. There are 2 graphical user interface frameworks, both of which work with Windows, and both of which are shipped with all versions of Rad Studio and work straight out of the box. One is called VCL, that's the acronym for Visual Component Library, and is the framework that Borland engineers developed right in the early days of Borland becoming an active vendor in the software market. Wonderful engineering by the original team, and it's continued to evolve and be supported, and it's the framework of choice for modern Windows applications. They also ship the FireMonkey framework, which is a much newer framework developed by the Embarcadero team, and is primarily aimed at the related product Delphi users for multi-device applications. Now, there is the possibility in the future of C++ support for different devices such as Android and iOS and iPhone type devices being introduced, in which case you would choose to use FireMonkey. But for this presentation, we're just talking about Windows targets, and we're going to choose to use the VCL framework. There's a whole vast range of third-party components, applications, add-ins, libraries that all work with the Embarcadero IDE. Some of them are editor and IDE enhancements. Many of them are components that are useful for you to use in design time and run time to get your products completed more quickly. And many of the libraries are established libraries that provide functions that it simply isn't sensible to try and rewrite from scratch when there's years of development gone into an existing library. Some are open source, some come with open source but restrictive licenses, and many are commercial packages, often with a free trial version available. A good deal of these, although not all, are available through the automated installation method, the Get It Package Manager. And this provides a convenient way of actually seeing the wide range of components that are out there, or at least a good subset of that range, and also a very convenient, pain-free way of installing it into your working IDE. One such package is Twine Compile. The modern Clang C++ compiler it's a big beast, and other than projects that are fairly small, once you start getting into realistic size projects, the compile times become significant. And one way of improving the compile time is to make use of your super expensive multi-core PC that you're working on and have many files compiling in parallel at the same time. And there's a third-party add-in, Twine Compile, that achieves just that. You can use C++ Builder Clang 64 without Twine Compile, but compile times may be 4, 5, 6 times greater than they are with the Twine Compile, and it's a great test for your patience. And if you're a professional developer, it doesn't make sense to be paying developers just to sit there and twiddle their thumbs waiting for the compile to finish. So I'm going to sort of show you how to install Twine Compile using the Get It Package Manager. To use the Get It Package Manager, you go to Tools, Get It Package Manager, and you'll see that it's listing some of the many available packages here, and there's various filters that we can apply to help us search for what we may need. In particular, we can click on the C++ section, which will narrow it down to those that are compatible with C++, although many third-party packages are still available or work well with C++, I should say, and we can scroll down. You can see that there's lots and lots of different things available, and it's you can easily waste a whole coffee morning just browsing through here, looking at what amazing things you might use. But we're looking for Twine Compile. We type Twine in there, and it brings up the Twine Compile. And all I would do is click on Install, and it will install it in. I'm not going to do that because I have already got Twine Compile installed, and part of the installation process is that it will automatically, it'll warn you and ask you that it needs to restart the IDE after you've installed it. I know that I've got Twine Compile installed because you can see that it appears in the menu up here. But this is a very good example of the convenience of using the Get It Package Manager. So we've got Twine Compile installed. That's good. We're ready to build a 64-bit VCL application using the Clang C++ compiler, all out of the box with the Embarcadero Rad Studio or C++ Builder IDE. Remember, we're not using any additional third-party components in this demonstration. The only third-party thing we've so far installed is Twine Compile, just to make the compilation itself comfortably quicker. Okay, let's do it. We're going to create a 64-bit Windows VCL application to demonstrate a typical graphical user interface. I'm going to hide this file from the editor window, and I'm going to create the new project in the same project group. I'm going to right click and I'm going to select Add New Project, and you'll see there's a range of different C++ Builder project types that I can add, as well as other options. Windows VCL application is actually the one that we're going to choose. The console application we've already demonstrated, and there are various other options. A Windows DLL is one. A package is a Embarcadero structure to allow the transport of components from one user to another very conveniently. We'll select Windows VCL application, and you'll see that it creates a form here. And if I close up the Hello World project, you'll see that it's created a new project in the project group Summer 2024. And in typical Embarcadero C++ Builder fashion, every time it creates something new, it gives it a name, a textual name followed by a number. And you'll see countless demonstrations on YouTube videos where developers continue calling their project Project 1, calling their forms Unit 1, and never bothering to rename anything. I'm not quite the same ilk as that, so I'm going to save my project with a meaningful name. So I'm going to go to File, Save Project As, and I'm going to navigate to the directory where I want to save it, which is in the same directory as previously used. I'm going to call my project VCL Summer. And you'll see it's also going to ask me to save the form that we haven't really looked at yet, the graphical interface form that it's going to be. I'm going to call this VCL Summer, and I'm going to call it main because it is the main form. Main, I'll call it main GUI. Okay, we've got a form. If I click on the form, down the left hand side you can see a whole load of, it's called the Object Inspector, and you see a whole load of properties associated with the form. One is the caption. I'm going to change the caption. This is the text that's going to appear across the top. I'm going to call this C++ demonstration super easy to use graphics. And you'll see I've been typing down here, but the actual form that the user is going to see, that we're seeing during the design, is updated live as I type. Here's the new caption of the form. This form's got a name, in typical fashion it's called Form 1 under name. I'm going to call this VCL summer main. So I've called the form the VCL summer main form. Got this far, let's just have a look at what has actually gone on behind the scenes. So here's our project in the project tree of the group project. Here's the form VCL summer main, and if I open that up, you can see that the form that we've got on the screen here actually is made up of 3 parts. It's got a CPP code section, it's got a DFM section, which is actually the representation, contains information that is the representation of the form we can see, and it's got an associated header that we can then include in other C++ source files if we want to gain access to some of the things on this form. Let's have a look at the code. I can look at the code by simply double clicking on the file name here, but equally if you look down here there's a tab labeled with the file name, and this is the code associated with the form we've just created. And if I click on the header tab, there's a header file too. So we've got the usual header exclusion definition at the top. We've got a series of header files that have automatically been included, and these allow the C++ compiler to have access to the VCL items it needs on the form. And then we have a class that represents the main form. You can see it's derived from an internal class provided by the C++ Builder VCL framework. And it's got 3 sections in here, and all that the only function it's created, or the only function is the constructor for the form. It's got the same name. And then it's created an external declaration of an instance of the form as a pointer. Let's look at the code, and you'll see there's the actual definition, the point where the pointer for the main form is defined, and here is the constructor for the form. So we can actually manually edit this file and add other items in here if we wish to. So let's just do that. Let's add a string. So I'm going to, first we need the header for the string, so I'm going to add in the standard C++ header for an 8-bit string, and I'm going to make a private component. I'm going to call it standard string, and we'll call it text1. No, we'll call it display text. Okay, and we can put that in the constructor. We can initialize that in the constructor list if we wanted to. Let's get the name right. You'll see I'm using the modern C++ constructor format with the curly braces. There's a really good discussion on different initialization formats in the book Effective Modern C++ by Scott Myers. I can't recommend Scott Myers' texts strongly enough. He's a well-known but extremely erudite C++ programmer worth studying. Okay, now I think that would compile without any problems. But wait a minute, our target is still the Windows 32-bit, and remember we want to build a Windows 64-bit platform. So we're going to go over here. We're going to select the Windows 64-bit modern here, and that will make sure we use the latest version of the Clang compiler and create a Windows 64-bit application. We could try running it. Shall we try that? We'll click on the Run button. Now this window down here is Twine Compile. It's building the pre-compiled header first, which it needs for the rest of the compilation. And now it's building the remaining files, and it's found an issue because I've got a semicolon on the end here in the initializer list. Let's build that again. It's linking. And here's our form. We've got nothing on it at the minute, but you can see the caption that we programmed up there. And we can minimize the form, it'll disappear, we can bring it back, and we can close it. Great. Let's add a button and some text. Okay, if we go back to the form view, which is the design tab here, here's the form. You can see that there is in the palette becomes visible, and there's a whole range of visual components that we can add here. Some early ones, they're called Win32 historically, but they still work with the 64-bit application. They're categorized in various ways. There's some that go back to Windows 3.1, but you can still use these if you wish to. There's a whole range of the dialogues, already built dialogues. There's various ways for accessing databases, which is beyond the discussion of this video, that's for certain. And you can see there's things related to the various internet components built in. Indy is a whole set of components designed for communications over TCP/IP. A T-chart, myself, I use this quite a bit. This is graphing and charting tools, components. Okay, but we just want, what do we want? We want a button. How can you have a form without a button? So there it is, T button. Let's put it there. You'll see it's called it button 1, and it's got a caption button 1. Let's call this change. This is the caption that's going to appear. I'll make the button a bit bigger. I can just drag it to make it a bit bigger, and I'm going to give it a name. Rather than button 1, I'm going to call this the change text button. And if we go back to the header, you'll see that there is now a component of type T button appeared in the published section, the IDE managed section of the components here. And I want to put on the form some text. Well, T-label is one way. T-label provides text without any surrounding box. Let's use a T-label. We'll call it up here. Caption is the text that's going to appear on the screen. We'll just put XXX in there at the minute. We're going to write data to the screen at runtime, and we'll call this display label. Okay, so when we want to change the text in the label when we click the button. With the button, there's all these properties that you can set, but there's also events, and the most common event for a button, there's lots of other events you can click on, but we want to something that will happen when we click the button. And we can just double click. It's created an event handler for us called the change text button click. It's changed to the source code, so we're ready to start typing what we want to do when the button is clicked. And what we want to do is, what I'm going to do is take the value in display text and put it on the screen in the label. Okay, and as soon as we handle text in C++ Builder, we have we open the can of worms of what actually represents text. I've got display text as a variable which is standard string, but the visual components use the inbuilt class string, which is spelt with a capital S, string, and we need to convert from our standard string to the capital string. Now, capital string is Unicode, and actually is a really good class if you want to use Unicode. There are other C++ Unicode libraries out there, but if you're using Embarcadero VCL or the other Embarcadero framework, the string class does an awful lot, if not all, of the Unicode under the cover stuff that you need. And newcomers to Unicode often make the mistake of underestimating the complexity involved in handling Unicode characters. So I strongly recommend any text that's going to be used for display to the world, i.e. used on a label or as a content on a screen, is converted to the Unicode class. So I'm going to create a temporary variable of type string. I'm going to call it scratch. I have a rule: I never call a temporary variable temp, because I always use temp for temperature, but that's because I'm a control engineer. And I'm going to initialize scratch from the contents of display text, and I have to pass the constructor a pointer to a C string, so I'm using the C string function. And then I'm going to take the label that I've created and set the caption to the contents of scratch. And to save typing, I can go back to the header file and see that there's the display label name. I'm going to copy that, I'm going to paste that. So I'm going to set the property caption to the value of scratch. I'm going to save the form. There's a shortcut button up here for save. I'm going to, let's see if this works now. So I'm going to run the form. It's built okay, it's linking. And there's our form. And now if I click this button, change text, the on-click event handler has been called and the text has been changed. Right, let's just talk an introduction to debugging. So here's the on-click event handler where we create a temporary copy of the display text, and then we pass that as a string type with a capital S to the display label caption. I can click in the margin here and create a breakpoint, and I can now run the form again. And now when I click on the change text button, there's a blue arrow here to show that we've broken at this point, and we can inspect values in the property over here. You can see that the value of scratch is display text as initialized, and we can actually single step. There's 3 buttons here that allow us to single step. This one runs until I can just press the run button and it'll carry on running until it hits the next breakpoint. There isn't another breakpoint, so that's all working well. Let's add a bit of colour to the form. I'm going to go to the form, and now I'm going to scan through the palette to find an image component. Note how I can type a few letters of the component I'm after, and it gives me lots of options that contain the letters I've typed. I want a T image, the simplest perhaps. It's created one on the form by clicking. I can use the handles to make it the size I want. Okay, if we run this, the image will be invisible because we've not done anything to set it up. There's no sign of an image here. Okay, let's go back to the header. We see that the image is there. Oh, I haven't renamed it. That's very lax of me. Let me do that. So I'll select it, find the name and call it display image. Okay, colors. In the VCL, the color is represented by a type of T color. I'm going to have a list of colors, so I'm going to Beyond Strustrup says that if you need a container and you don't know which one to use vector. I use vector a lot. I follow Beyond Strustrup's advice very frequently. He wrote C++ after all. I'm going to declare a constant vector. I'm going to call it colors, and it's going to be a vector of type T color. Notice that the T color is spelt the American way because that's a built-in class. I have no choice of that, but I'm English, so I'm using colors spelt the English way. And what the joys of multinational life. Okay, I can initialize T colors at this point in the header because it's a constant, and I'm going to have red, blue. Okay, these constants that I'm using here are predefined in VCL. They work fine. You can there's a whole range of colors predefined, or you could define them yourself from hex values. Okay, I'm also going to have an integer which I'm going to call next color index, and I'm going to initialize next color index to 0. Oh. Okay, we need another button. I need to go to the form, look for button, just type BUT, that will get us there. I'm going to put it down here. Okay, now I could make that the same size as that. I could go to the properties and look for width, which is, as you can see here, 97. And look for the property height, which is 49, and I could make this the same, and it would be the same height as that button. Let me show you a trick. If I select and press delete, it disappears. If I select the one that I'm using as my kind of standard button, I can right click and select edit and copy, and now I can open up Notepad, the standard text editor, and I can just paste that text in, and this is the textual representation of the button. Actually, this representation is the way that the button is stored in the DFM file that we talked about earlier. You can see here's the name of the on-click handler, here's the caption, here's the button name. So what I can do is I could change, if I change that to change color, change the name of the button, I can change the caption to change color, and I don't want it to call that on-click. I'm going to auto create my on-click handler, so I get rid of the old on-click handler, and now I can just copy that text, select it and select copy, go back to the form, right click and select edit and paste, and here's my new button. And now I can reposition it on the form where I want, and now you can see that the button has got the correct name. Change color button. I can go to the events, I can create an on-click just by double clicking in the on-click section there, and here's it's created the code for my on-click handler. Now I need a color. I'm going to call it color this, color equals colors, suffix, and the number is next color, the index is next color index. Now I'm going to do next color index. I'm going to increment it, ready for next time. Now I'm going to check that we've not overflowed. Okay, so now I'm checking that I haven't gone past the number of colours that we've got in our list of size, and if we have, we go back to 0, so we keep looping round. Now I need to send that colour to the image. So each image, display image it's called. Yeah. Each image has a canvas, which is where you can display pictures that you might have pre-created, or you can write directly to the canvas. A canvas has a brush, and I want to set that to this color. No, a brush has a color, it also has styles and various other things, but color, that's the American, this color. And now I want to fill the rectangle, so and the parameter that the fill rectangle function takes is a type T rectangle, which is defined by 4 points, and we want the whole of the available control, so that's 0, 0 for the top left hand corner, and the width. So now I'm going to just drag that across to save typing, and it's got a width property and a height property. Okay, so we basically set the brush to the next color from the vector, and then we're going to use the fill rectangle function to fill the rectangle which we've set to the whole width of the actual control. So this is quite nice. It demonstrates that we can use a standard vector, which is a C++ STL container, using a VCL class to represent the color, so that all shows that that all mixes together nicely. Let's run that and we'll see. So I click change color, there it goes, red, blue, green, and now it should go back to red. Oh, we've got black. Have we got black in the list? No. That's because that should be greater than equal, so there's a bug there. We were lucky we didn't get too severe undefined behaviour there when we rode off the end of the vector. Let's change that to greater than equals, because if it gets to 3 we've gone too far. 10 out of 10 if you spotted that before me. So there we go, now we're cycling round. And now I'm just going to do one final demonstration to show how at runtime you can change lots of other properties. So if we have various controls, so if we want to change the size, when we click the change text button, I'm also going to change the size of the display image. So I'm going to make the width let's just change it to a smaller, and let's run that. I've just made it a much smaller image now. So there's the change colour going through, and now if we click this, see how the square is reduced to 100 by 100, but the fill rectangle will still accommodate that. Okay, this looks all very standard Windows type stuff, and you can see from the palette the range of available components down here is immense, and that's before we've added any third-party components, and there's a huge range of third-party components out there, and it's possible to design your own components and add those in too. But if we want to quickly tart up our application a bit, there's another very powerful feature, which is the overall Windows style, and I can go to the project options, and this brings up various options associated with the application itself, and I can go to application appearance, and then there's a whole list of different styles in here. We're using the default Windows style, but let's pick I don't know this one. Let's try Emerald Light Slate. So all I do is click on that, click Save, rebuild the project. And you can see that the selected button goes yellow. So the actual functionality of the application hasn't changed at all, but the way it just appears to the user hasn't changed. These buttons are different, so you can very quickly introduce neat changes to what you present to your customer base. Just before we move on, here's a short aside. Just briefly, I'd like to show you what you can achieve with VCL and C++ Builder. This is a simulator for a full plant for pressure testing, and you can see we've got some nice graphics representing the source of the pressure we use for pressure testing here, and we can pressure test air valves that are mounted here through 2 different channels, and we can pressure test water valves that are mounted on a different system but driven by the air pressure originally. And all these components you see on the screen are written by us using C++, and then they're installed as C++ components. We haven't really covered that in this very brief introduction, but it's a surprisingly simple technique, and it makes it very easy to reuse different graphics. In effect, you're creating graphics that you could sell as third party, but you're using them yourself. So, and this has quite a lot of inputs and outputs. This is a summary page, so you can see this is quite a powerful system. We've got some sliders up here to represent actual potentiometer values, linear values. So it's as you learn to use all the different features that are available, it's a wonderful coding environment. Okay, so we built a Windows exe using the Clang C++ 64-bit compiler, along with the Embarcadero VCL Visual Component Library framework that ships with the IDE. What have we done in this short presentation? So we've obtained the Embarcadero Rad Studio or the C++ Builder IDE, the development environment. We've started it up and we've gone straight ahead and built C++ code based exe files targeting Windows using the Clang 64-bit compiler, without any real tweaking of setting up at all. It works straight out of the box. We used the framework, the VCL framework that comes with the Embarcadero product, to very quickly build a simple but attractive application, and I only used 2 of the wide range of standard VCL components that ship with the Embarcadero product, and indeed none of the myriad of additional VCL components that come from third parties. I also very briefly demonstrated the use of breakpoints for debugging, and there's enough scope in debugging to talk about for a whole presentation. And obviously debugging is a vital part of any code development. In fact, I always say, as an aside, that you can tell a good software engineer because when you ask him or her to do something for you, the first question they ask is, how are they going to test it? Not how are they going to write it. I'm getting off the topic. I also demonstrated the setting of the visual component library component properties at both design time, that's when you're setting them using the development environment, the editor, and also at runtime, where you're changing properties of each of the components under the C++ code control. I showed how the Get-It package manager can be used to gain access to the many of the wide range of third-party add-ins that are out there, and we didn't have time to browse through and talk about particular ones because there's so many. But we did demonstrate the use of the standard C++ STL containers, the string and the vector, and I did show that the vector, for example, works very seamlessly with all the classes defined in the VCL framework as well. I did give you a very brief glimpse of a working VCL desktop application as well. This built with C++ code and is a product that I've actually developed in the recent times. The whole presentation has avoided the word Delphi. Delphi is the other compiler and product that comes with the RAD Studio, and was indeed the first language to use the VCL framework. The VCL framework is actually all written in Delphi, but as I've shown, you don't need to know that at all to use it very effectively. Over the long time I've been working with Embarcadero products, I have come to be vaguely familiar with the Delphi programming language syntax. It's basically an object-orientated version of the original Pascal language. But I'm a long way from claiming to be even a competent Delphi programmer, and yet I still use the C++ builder part of RAD Studio very effectively. But one of the reasons is because the two run in parallel in most cases without anybody having to make any special effort. So by using C++ builder, you gain access to the whole range of Delphi components, often without even realizing it. It's a great way to get Clang up and running quickly and painlessly. That's about enough, I think. So I did say, why did I choose the name Seagull? Well, the answer is it's logic spelt backwards. And it's always a good test when you're dealing with new customers, whether they spot that immediately or whether you have to give them a few hints. Anyway, I've finished my presentation. I'm off to blow my natural French horn, which is another of my hobbies that keeps me sane when I'm not doing programming and development. Thanks for your attention. I hope you've enjoyed at least some of what I've been talking about, and I hope that you find it useful and get out there and use the Clang C++ compiler. Enjoy the rest of your development days of summer 2024 entertainment, education and erudition, either as replays or as further live presentations.
Whoa, lots of video changing around and swapping around. I'm not quite sure what on there. And as you probably saw, because he briefly flashed into view, we have Roger with us. Hello, Roger. Let's test your mic, because we were not sure whether your mic would work.
Yeah, I'm there.
There you go. I can hear you fine, so that's great. That was a great presentation. Martha says, producer Martha's in the background. She's like, what is happening? I think we all clicked on buttons at the same time and got those things going. So really great. We don't have a massive amount of C++ presentations in these 2 weeks, but we do have some, and this was the first one, and it was a good start. I really enjoyed it. We did have some questions. Let me first of all put your website up here. See, I've learned to point to the logo properly now. I'm almost, that's the one. See, you can even do it. Oh, that's just perfect. But if people scan that QR code, they will go to your website and they can learn more about you and what you do, and logic spelt backwards, Seagull, yeah, Seagull, I think. And also your natural French horn. We were chatting in the background, weren't we, about our history and the fact that I played trombone, and of course we would have been sitting near each other in the orchestra, but not quite next to each other. Yes. So questions for you. Let me just go to the question section. They always call it chat, which confuses the heck out of me. Right, so the first question is not really a question as such as a comment, and that's from Gary Oginisa. I'm going to really butcher that name. And he just wanted to say, hi, Roger. Great presentation so far on the CLang 64-bit compiler. I need to ask you this, Roger, because as a C++ guy, you probably have the answer, the definitive answer. How do you pronounce CLang? Because I do it both ways. Some people I've heard call it Clang, and others call it CLang. What do you call it?
Funny you should ask that, because that's one that I actually anticipated. I've always used Clang, and but I did check on Google and the official Clang website, and it does say Clang is the right way.
Okay.
Clang it is, and Clang is how it should be. But I've met many people who call it C-Lang 2, which I guess is the obvious derivation of the name. It's a great tool. Doesn't really matter what you call it. Same as I'm happy to talk to anybody. Doesn't matter what they call me.
Well, I swear I've heard David Millington call it C-Lang, but he'll probably come and correct me now. Yeah, David's very particular. He'll definitely message me now and say, I have never called it that. Okay. So there was a question that kind of confused us both, but we're going to give it a go anyway, which is, when working in Rad Studio, is it possible to run both C++ and Delphi 12, or is it only one or the other that can be run together, meaning both can't run together in Rad Studio? I'm going to answer my bit, and then you can answer a little bit more, because you did say at the end of the video, you've run into Delphi the same way that I bump into C++ quite a lot, but being a primarily Delphi guy. Now, for the people that ask that question, it depends on if you're using the CE edition. Okay, the CE edition is the free version. It's intended for students, and it's intended for startups and hobbyists. So people that are not earning a living day in, day out writing C++ code or Delphi code. If you have the CE version, it is either Delphi or it is C++. You can't have both. It installs a version of Rad Studio, and that version of Rad Studio has either the Delphi or the C++ personality, as we call it. If you install the full version of Rad Studio, so you purchase it or you install trial, then you get both, unless you purchase the Delphi only version or C++ version. But if you choose Rad Studio, then you get both. And so the answer is, can you have both in the same IDE? Yes, you could open a Delphi project and work on a Delphi project, close that and open a C++ project and work on that. However, as the C++ programmer, you did mention being able to consume Delphi code. If you want to just speak to that for a minute, I know you said you're not a super expert on it, but
yeah, the first thing that's slightly confusing is that when you install C++ Builder, either the commercial product or the CE version, the Delphi compiler does come along under the hood, because the VCL and indeed the FireMonkey is almost entirely written in Delphi. So when you write a VCL application, as I did in the simple example in the video you've just watched, underneath the hood there is a Delphi compilation going on. But when you just buy C++ Builder, or you just use the community edition of C++ Builder, you don't gain access to Delphi yourself. So you can't write a Delphi project. You can't create a component using Delphi. All you can do is actually what I showed you in the video. You can write C++ code. You can use the VCL components, and both visual components and also the built-in other components, such as the Delphi, the string type with the Unicode string. So that's the disadvantage of limiting yourself to the C++ Community Edition or the commercial version of C++. When I first started in this game, the first C++ product I had was just C++ Builder, and it was only quite a long time after I purchased that. We're going back into the late 1980s now, hence the grey hair. It was only sometime after that I realised, having to dig deep, that Delphi was indeed happening in the background.
Right.
So when you have the Rad Studio, where you have both C++ and Delphi enabled, as it were, when you start a new project, you specify whether it's going to be a Delphi project or a C++ project. But
there are various ways that you can handle code written in Delphi call code written in Delphi is a better phrase, written from your C++ program, or indeed you can call C++ program some code, provided you follow various rules from your Delphi programs. So
Right.
if you've got code that you particularly want to get access to, that's written in the opposite family to which you started your main project, in many cases there are ways to do that, and one of the easiest is actually the component development, which we didn't cover because of the time limit.
There's only so many hours
It's
in
a
the
big
day.
topic, but I did briefly mention that I've got a whole set of visual components that I've written in C++ that I keep reusing in different projects and in many cases for different customers. But it is possible for a Delphi user to come along and use those components. And actually, the Delphi person wouldn't have to know anything about the C++ language to use it.
Right.
They just use the interface. So that's one of the ways that you can achieve mixing the two. But it's rare. Well, you're getting into specialized areas when you need to mix the two explicitly.
Yeah, I mean, I actually know one of the games developers is an MVP as well, and he does use both. And I can't remember why he was. I think he was just a really big fan of Delphi, but he does C++ stuff as well. And he was raving over the Clang compiler and said, "Oh, this is brilliant," and stuff like that. If you so this is a slightly different question. It's my own question rather than one from the audience. If you were to give as I said to Richard Hathaway earlier on, an elevator pitch. So you get in the elevator and someone goes, here's a question. You're going up to the 23rd floor. You've got that length of time to answer the question. What would your elevator pitch be for people to start using Clang brackets modern over the previous compiler? What would be the things where you say, well, this is really, here's a bottled set of reasons to use the Clang modern over something else? Or maybe you don't have a reason, you just say, hey, it's more modern.
No, well, the short answer to that would be go to the Clang website and look at all the developments of each of the editions. But the key change that Embarcadero have done with this what currently they're calling the modern version, is the actual toolchain behind the scenes. So again, for somebody who is just starting out, that's a detail that the convenience of which doesn't become apparent until you start to develop as your needs increase, if you like. But the latest toolchain is using industry standard formats for the debugging data and for the linker, which allows you to interact with many more C++ libraries out there, compatibility, if you like, long-term compatibility. So if you're going to start a new project, why would you want to use anything but the most up-to-date version of Clang? There can't be an answer to that. There can't be a sensible answer other than to go modern. But it's only if you've got legacy products and they're working just fine, there may be some advantages actually in migrating across straight away, because my experience so far is that the linker is much more responsive, and so that's an immediate benefit, that the linker works more quickly and saves you time. There are reports that it also handles large projects much better. Although I have to own up that I'm not one of the people who had difficulties with the previous linker that But the new tool chain. Okay, we probably reached 23rd floor by now.
That's fine. Yeah, we're holding the elevator doors open, hasn't it?
Okay.
Shut button depends on who's outside, right?
Yeah.
So I mean that's great. I think you know your presentation is very thorough, and I like that as well. And it was good to actually see your own app as well. Not a lot of people presenting show their actual app, you know, and their real code doing stuff. So
okay, well, let me just. It was quite interesting because I work for industrial customers, and they're very cautious about competitors getting hold of data. But that bit was actually the simulator that I built to simulate the plant, that the other code of which is actually the testing. And you got some nice pictures of the graphics, and I didn't have time to set up showing the simulated changing colors and the tank levels going up and down, which it does do as pressures increase and gases and waters flow. But I think it's interesting that the fact that I had quite an attractive graphical thing built up there, I must have had that fairly easily because that was only the simulator. You should see the customer's screen, which is sort of designed to make Star Trek look a bit trivial, and the customer's very pleased. And I've now got to the position where if the customer has a problem or they wonder how they can control a particular valve, I change the simulator a little bit and try and replicate the problem and then offer a solution. And that works quite well. But the key thing is I can put those graphical things together.
Yeah,
in a very short period of time. Once I develop the components that I already have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of component-based development, obviously, and I keep saying to people, this is the secret. It's object orientation manifest. You know, it is the whole point of it is encapsulation of some functionality, and it depends whether you use your own components or you use ready-made ones. But if you're using ready-made ones, you've got the advantage of thousands of people testing that functionality, which has got to be a good thing, because sooner or later the bugs get worked out and eased out and. And if it's your own code, I mean, if you get a lot of people playing with it and you're very thorough in the way you write code, you can test it and make sure it's functional. It's more tailored. It's like going out for a meal and getting a good cook to cook for you, or going at home and you can cook it exactly the way you like. And
and actually, I will be honest with you, there's a lot of advantages in using the third-party items that are out there, and as I've said in the video, installing them through the Get It package manager is usually a couple of clicks and it's done. My components are actually rather trivial, which means the testing is easy, and the reason they're trivial is actually because they're just convenient graphics, and they don't actually do very much other than change color, change size. You can change the size by just dragging the as you place them on the form. The valves changed, the colors changed. They're very difficult to write that, and it's very easy to test it. And frankly, if there was a bug in there, the only problem would be the wrong color. So I do like the fact that nobody else has a valve exactly like mine. Even though there's thousands of valves out there that all look pretty much the same.
I mean, I've created my own components for the same reason, and it is nice to be able to say that's mine. That how that looks, how it behaves, that's me, and that is a kind of a good thing to be able to say as well.
And there is one other very minor advantage. It's not normally a problem, but when a new version comes out, if there is a change in the way the component builds, sometimes you have to wait a few weeks before the third party catches up. Whereas I can just rebuild. I mean, that's one of the disadvantages actually, is that each time a new version comes out, you do have to rebuild all your components. But I've got that automated. So there's swings and roundabouts, and but the key thing is you've got both options, so you choose what works for you.
Yeah. Well, as a company, we believe Clang is the future, and we've pretty much stated that publicly, and that's where we're headed. And so, the modern compiler for Clang is the way forward. So, it's Someone's saying Ultra Edit is great. You're in the wrong session, but yes, it is great. Very much so. Confused me. I'm like, did we?
Although I would actually say that the IDE editor, it depends what you get used to, but I love the IDE editor. And use it all the time. So, and I use it for, I do some 8-bit C language programming for little microchip type size things, washing machines and stuff like that. And I do tend to do most of the editing in the Embarcadero IDE, and then just open the file again in the primitive IDE that comes with the little C compiler. So
yeah, and I'm the same with the Arduino stuff and things like that as well. You're coding C++ in there, and I like Arduinos. They're great. It's a brilliant idea, and you can do some crazy. You can't see because of my green screen effect, but behind me there's a whole bench of stuff that does weird things like temperature controls and relays and barcode. I mean, I've done some webinars. Okay, well, we ran over. We said, well, I warned Dion that we would be, which is fine. But thanks again, Roger. I don't think you've got another session coming, have you? This is the only one you're doing. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for contributing. It's not the first time you and I have been on together. Before we've talked about trombones and French horns and things in the past, as we do. And two Brits together, you're going to get us talking nonsense. That's the way it works, isn't it? It's part of the British way of life. It's banter, as they say.
Well, we did quite well to not talk about the weather.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, don't even go there. 42 centigrade it's going to be here today. So can you imagine? Luckily, I have air conditioning, so I'm actually a little bit chilly.
And I am. Maybe people don't know, but I'm here in England where it's just pleasant at the minute.
Pleasant, yes, exactly. Well, look, thanks very much for spending your time. I say this to everybody: for every hour that someone sees a video there, it's a lot more work on top to get it right, to prepare for it, to do the slides and all the rest of it. And I really appreciate your time. And I'm sure we'll bump into each other again in the future.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks to everybody out there who was listening. Good to have your attention. Okay.
Oh yeah, there's several hundred live and lots of them on replay. Thanks a lot. There you go. Martha clicked at the same time I clicked. Sorry about that, Martha. I didn't mean to encroach on your space. Right. So let me see what we're up to next. Okay. So for those of you that are watching live, we are running a little bit late. I have warned the people involved that we're going to be starting a little bit late. So if you're expecting the schedule to be on time, I'm afraid it's not going to happen like that today, and it probably won't happen like that for the rest of the week as well. But it's all good. All the sessions are locked and loaded, as they say. So the next session, let me just check the exact wording because I thought it was brilliant. It is from Dion Mai, who's a very competent developer and an excellent presenter as well. And it is called Why You Should Leave Delphi 7 Once and for All. And you really should. We're going to watch that now. Speak to you shortly. We'll have a live Q&A with Dion in it afterwards.
Hello everyone, welcome to Delphi Dev Days of Summer, and in this session we will see why you should leave Delphi 7 once and for all. A little bit about myself. So I'm John Mai, Aquasoft Director of Technology, and I'm also an Embarcadero MVP and a Control and Automation Engineer. In this session we'll see a speed comparison between Delphi versions, the features that maybe generates that differences, and from now what. So about productivity, let me show you
time to refuel and change tire
video that are viable at YouTube. Okay, and in this short video we see a comparison between two pit stops. So in this one pit stop here that it's already at 2 times the speed, they took this amount of time in 1950s to do a pit stop, and at the end of this video we see the new version of the pit stop, 2022, where it took only 1.9 seconds to be done. Okay, so almost 72 years before, in 1950s, the whole pit stop took 88 seconds to be done, and in 2022, 1.9 seconds. Um, think about that, it's almost 20 times faster. And of course, this 2022 pit stop is also the face. The new world record was set, and is even more faster than 1.9 seconds. But the thing that I want to show you here is the same process. Okay, the task that they do during the pit stop was basically the same. They change the tires, they refill the gas, and at the same task took 50 times faster in the new version, right? So if you are doing pit stop like they do in the 50s, you probably never will win uh, uh, a race today. You agree, right? So if you want to win a race today, you must do your pit stop near to this mark, right? Okay. So why I do this comparison? Where comes the Delphi? Um, well, let's think about it first. How many years do we have between the most recent Delphi versions? How many years your current version of Delphi is compared to the new ones? How more productive the new version are compared to the old ones or the old one that you may use? So let's first draw a timeline. Okay, so if we are talking about like Delphi 7, and it's not shame to use Delphi 7, we know many companies that still using Delphi 7, but many of those we help even to leave Delphi 7. But Delphi 7 is from 2002, so 22 years ago. 22 years ago. Delphi 5, 99, and 25 years ago. Delphi 3, 27 years ago. And Delphi XE, this sometimes surprise many people. Delphi XE is from 30 years ago. And even the XE8 or Seattle, they are from 9 years ago. Okay, in in our daily basis, in your daily work, maybe is that difference don't make large sound in our head, but think about it. When we are talking about technology and think about 9 years in difference between two technologies, what do you think about it? What can happen? You see in that pit stop that in 72 years we have a process 50 times faster. And so if you apply that to software development, what do you think today the versions help you develop more faster or more slow? Yes, nah, you get the point. But even so, let's see uh, some amazing technologies from 9 years ago. Just 9 years ago, we have Windows 7. We all love Windows 7, of course, but I think that a little short from you still using the Windows 7, and I love Windows 7 when what was the time, but now they seem so obsolete. Windows 7 does not support 62 64 bits, and the limit of RAM was 4 gigabytes. Do you remember that? Yes. And usually at 9 years ago, people use hard drives. Hard drives. I still can hear the eagle ringing. And was the year of the Intel Core i3. Okay. And also we have iPhone 6, the new iPhone 6, 9 years ago, that comes with 1 gigabyte of memory RAM. But today the iPhone comes with at least 8 gigabytes of memory RAM. So do this comparison. 9 years ago, you will be able to use some of these technologies in your daily life. I think Windows 7 maybe, but um, many things will not work, like Chrome and other softwares that we may use. 4 gigabytes of RAM is it's so sad. We can even imagine using that today. iPhone 6 will not comment as well because it's a very old version, does not receive updates. But there is many companies that use Delphi from 9 years ago. Okay, and again, it's not a problem to use an old version like that. But again, consider that you are comparing 9 years ago, 9 years old technology, right? So a lot of things change. You must think about these changes, and you must understand uh, what it costs to not using the most current version. And even this being a session from Embarcadero, I'm from Microsoft and not from Embarcadero, and I'm not trying to sell you any new license because what we see in many of our customers that they have the most recent version of Delphi. They already bought it. They just simply don't use it, right? Maybe your company is in that spot as well. So maybe you already even bought the new version. You just simply don't migrate, don't choose to use the new one. Don't took the time that takes to use the new version. And because of that I'm doing this session, because I see here in Brazil and other countries that we have many customers. We see that many customers struggle and migrate to the new versions, and does not compare that they change other things related to technology, but they do not change the Delphi version. So they may complain that Delphi version is not very good. The development is not fast enough, or does not have support to any or other new feature. But using a version from like 9 years ago, or even Delphi 7 from 22 years ago. And 22 years ago, what we have back then, I will not go in there, right? 22 years ago, I will not go in there. But think about it. If you are using Delphi 7, analogous technology will be Windows 2000. You know, Windows 2000 and 2024 is like, I don't know what compare it, right? So Delphi 7 is a very good software. We can see because it's still in use today from many companies. But think about it, people. It's a 22 years ago tool, and we don't use nothing from technology. Even Notepad from Windows is not the same from 22 years ago. And we must choose that carefully, okay? We must consider that carefully, not only because of the time that lapsed, the less of features the Delphi 7 has, but mostly because of the productivity. Okay, so let's compare the productivity. I have here two record videos that I made. Okay, let me put this on play, and I will put this on play as well, and I will shortly explain to you. So for this comparison here, what I did, I specify a simple form, okay, a simple CRUD form, and I generate the same form for Delphi 7 and Delphi 11. Okay, the mission was that build the same form in these two technologies, right? So I record all the process you can see here, and I have a YouTube link at the end of the session that can go to the YouTube link and watch there if you need. Okay, so uh, the main objective was the two screens must look all the same at the end of the process, and I took the time. Oh, in this first recorded, okay, the Delphi 7 took me 5 minutes, and Delphi 11 took me 4 minutes to complete. And at this, the first impression, maybe this sounds so little difference, right? And I will not go all the way, just go a little advance here to you see, and I will generate the form at the same rates. Of course, in the new version of Delphi, I use KickEdit, I use all the visual things that help us to elaborate and do more fast things about the interface. And at the end of the new version, the result was this, and at the end of Delphi 7 version, the result was this one here. So it almost the same screen. Of course, the Delphi 11 has all the rounded interfaces and all the new components that Delphi 7 does not have. But at the end, these screens are very similar. Very similar. Okay, but as a simple result, the new version of Delphi was only 25% faster than the Delphi 7. And this data shocked me because, okay, because this hides the real differences. And I did this session only because of this small difference here. Because many of my customers that do not still not leave Delphi 7 argue with me that they don't see any concrete advantage in doing this migration. So they put on Excel sheet and say that if I consider the time to do the migration, uh, the project will not pay itself, right? And mostly because they only see this 25% here, right? If you really build interface in Delphi 7 and Delphi 11 or 12, you will see that even with the many new tools in the IDE of Delphi, in that particular time, Delphi will be only 25% faster. But what many people do not consider is that all? And of course not. Why not? Because Delphi 7, like for this sample here, Delphi 7 does not support uh, JPG, not support PNG. So for every image that I use in Delphi 7, I must convert it from the base of images that I have already in a PGN. I have to convert it in BMP. Okay, so all the images that I use in the application must be previously converted to BPM. Only that process took me 1 minute and 28 seconds. And other things that the Delphi 7 took me was to put the images inside the component. I have to record other video because it was too slow to put during the create process of the screen. So I the first time I did not put the images at Delphi 7, and after finishing the screen, I go there and select all the images to put in the screen. And only the process to select and add all the images in Delphi 7 took me also other 2 minutes. So if you sum the first minute that the Delphi 7 took in the screen and other these 3 minutes only for images, we already have the double time spending on Delphi 7. And this kind of things, people, uh, happens a lot, right? So many projects does not consider all the extra time that the old versions or even Delphi 7 took to elaborate something. They only consider the time that they are productivity. And of course, sometimes to write a class will be not more many more much more faster in the new version than the old one, because you are not comparing all the way. If you compare that for the Delphi 7 consume a JSON, you must search online for a external component, install your Delphi, and then use that. If you took that time, every time that you must do something different, you will see that Delphi 7 is cost you a lot of money. A lot of money. Okay? So think about it. Uh, if we sum up, the extra time is the double that the Delphi 11. And again, for a IT project, and we work with many of projects and many other technologies as well, we know that the most expensive thing in IT project usually are the developer. So thinking that when you choose not leave Delphi 7, you are always expending at least 2 times the cost of your projects besides to use the new versions of Delphi. Have you put that on your Excel sheet? Consider that maybe your developers will take even less than the half of the time that they took to build that project in Delphi 7 if they are using the new versions of Delphi. Very seriously. And again, you see, are all the steps that I go through here are recorded. You can do these steps test as well, but consider that when you are choosing not to leave the old versions. And remember, it's not only for images. All the things that Delphi 7 does not have natively will impact you very, very strong, and will cost you a lot of time, and a lot of time of many of your developers, because all of them must do the steps, and all of them must always repeat these steps again and again and again, because of the Delphi 7 does not have the right support to the new features. And why this is important? We are still talking only about the interface of the form, all right? My comparison, the double time for Delphi 7 is only in the visual aspect of the form. And its common took of the table the large amount of time that Delphi 7 cost. We must consider that, because our projects can be even more cheap if we are using the new versions of Delphi. And other way to look at it's more expensive to use Delphi than the new version of Delphi. It's more expensive to use the old version. You think about it. You think about it. When you choose to use the old version, you are choosing to pay more in developer time. And that's a very strong decision to make. What's to consider? This is not a scientific paper, right? I only did the test inside my environment. Of course, some forms are even impossible to build in Delphi 7, so you will not be able to do all these steps because many components, visual components, Delphi 7 does not have, and you will have to look out of Delphi uh, to get that components right. We don't run this test in multiple developer or forms, so I only did myself this test. But you get the idea, right? You can do also your own test if you want to make sure about this difference. But you can watch all the way through the video. You will see that it's a very simple thing to do, a very simple way to test. But again, the most important thing that we want to bring you is to consider all the time the extra time that Delphi 7 cost you, that the old versions cost you because they does not have support to a lot of new things. And I will go with you from some of these new features that we have. And when you choose to use our version, you are automatically giving away all these new features that the new version has. And of course, we do not use any inheritable or form or visual framework that maybe will change the time that I took to build this simple CRUD. Of course, it will change if I inheritable a form, but also even if I have a visual framework that allows me create even more faster the CRUDs, even so, I still will need a component to access a API, a component to parse a JSON, a component to represent a generic class. Many of these features that the 5.7 simply does not have. Okay, and let's go for it. What tools we use from Delphi? Uh, in this case, I use it 11, can be 12, can be all the new versions. Of course, they all are. They have even new features that are not listed here. But let's go for Delphi 11. We use search component palette, a simple search command that is very productive, help a lot to find more faster the component that we want to put on the screen. We search control dot that search from entirely IDE. In the new versions of Delphi is very fast and very simple to use. We use a lot KickEdit. KickEdit is an amazing new feature from Delphi, and I use it a lot every day. Uh, Kick data source to make more simple to link the components to the data source. We use bind visually to use some components that are not from DB sources. And we use also the add component and add control shortcuts in the right button click from the IDE. And we also use the search and filter from Object Inspector, other feature that the old versions of Delphi does not has, and improve a lot the productivity. And again, remember that for create a new form, many of the the shortcuts that we use from Delphi 7 was the same that from Delphi 11, but when the formula already exists and you must maybe do other kind of interaction with the form, these tools will be even more productive than the old versions of Delphi or Delphi 7, right? And how about the codes? It also has changed, and some of the features that we use a lot to improve our productivity are sync edit, right? So sync edit, we can edit a block of source code and change all the occurrences of that variable at once. And you can use refactories to rename methods, variables that as we choose to do. We can use code completion because it's very improved in the new versions of Delphi. try to use a field by name in Delphi 7, I still use it. I know that in many cases field by name does not complete. Hints. Hints are very helpful to what are the parameters from the function call or a method call that you want to pass and you do not remember, and they work very well in the new versions of Delphi. Navigators are very improved, and even Delphi 7 does not have all the directions from navigators, like the control up and control down to go through the class and the class methods. Structural highlighting is amazing feature from the new versions, and code folding when you has a large method or a very large class, you can fold it to be more easy to go all the way up and down from the source code. And a lot of language features. These language features you will be not able to do at any cost in Delphi 7 because it will require you to change the compiler. Of course, many of the the this, the shortcuts you can use external tools to emulate, but even so, they are very slow in Delphi 7 and usually does not follow the Mercadero standard from all the shortcuts and so on. But these features here, you only can use in the new versions of Delphi. You cannot use like generics in the old versions. And generics is amazing feature. Save a lot of time, a lot of coding time. Anonymous methods we use every day. What is life without anonymous thread nowadays? I think there is no life without it. And new compiler directives we have inline variables. Inline variables are another amazing tool. Once you start to use it, you simply cannot stop. Class optimizers, we have new features from records that does not exist in the previous versions. We have class resources like var methods, properties, a lot of things for class. And again, once you start using this, you uh, cannot see the word in same colors without it. And we have also classes for the base types, so you can use int to str from integer variable and to string method. You do not need to call the int to str method by himself. And no, it was not ended yet. We have native JSON serialization, new RTTI, we have attributes, we have namespaces. Namespaces, man, namespaces make me cry when I learned about it because it was so more simple to organize our source code in large programs, in large projects. We can now uh, put namespaces and classificate every source code according to its own business rule or format or uh, anything that we prefer to classificate it. We have new native classes. I will talk more about this later. And we have full Unicode inside of Delphi, so we do not have to be concerning about using other kind of languages, other kind of characters, and does not having support to it. And wait, there is even more. We have new shortcuts, IDs more fast and stable, commands for Internet Explorer and version controls. We have configurations for many project options that before we have to put hard coded on our project file. Now we have a configuration inside of the project file. We have the colors from IDE. We have the zoom inside of the IDE to choose our font size. And we have also simplified IDE extensions generated. So it's more simple for us to implement our own extensions for the IDE. A lot of native classes that we don't need new source code from GitHub or even a third-party component, even paid sometimes that you have to use in old versions, and the new version, this all are all native. Okay, so zip, hash, encode, JSON, HTTPS communication, cloud communication, files, dates, threads, tasks. All these are native class, native wrappers from Delphi that we save a lot of time, right? And even a lot of money if you consider that maybe you are paying for some of these features, for some of these classes that now are included in Delphi versions. I think you get the point, right? He's already dead, and seriously, um, in so many aspects, the new Delphi is so ahead of the old version that it's almost unfair to compare them, right? So, if of course, if you do not use these resources that I told you here, maybe today you not miss them, but once you start to use them, you will see that is amazing. There are new amazing features, and you will be not able to going back and use the old versions of Delphi. And if you are like me and love old versions of Delphi, I started to working in Delphi 7. Delphi 7 has a special place in my heart, but be sure they must exist only in the place where they belong, in the past, in our memory, in our thoughts, not in not in our working machine, in our environment, not in our working projects, right? So consider that. Consider leaving these old versions in the past and use the new versions, and don't go for that. Delphi is dying. The old versions, of course, are dying, but the new versions has so many features, has so uh, up to date in the matter of technology that is it's simply amazing to use. Okay, but why now? Why in 2024 you spend time to talk about Delphi 7, Dion? You have nothing better to say? Well, what started me from do this session is, of course, seeing many companies still using Delphi 7, and in many cases, does not knowing why not to leave it behind, and we have to prove them that they must leave the old version. And as the to quote Bob Dylan, the times they are changing, right? So the times are changing for us now, and the most impactful thing that made me do this session is this. I wrote a prompt with exactly the same instructions that generates that screen that I made in Delphi 11. And in ChatGPT, it took only 43 seconds to elaborate the same screen, almost the same screen. Okay, uh, so of course the time of generating the prompt are not here, but once the prompt is finished, is simply to elaborate it more. But I want to think with you. LLMs will keep impacting development even more, right? So there is no going back. There is no other way to say that. Uh, it's like I think it's like the Google. Okay, I do not know to code without Google today. If I have a problem, I search at Google, and LLMs will be the same. Uh, in the future, maybe we will not know to code without an LLM, right? So they are here to stay, and every day impact even more us. And ChatGPT took only 1/4 of the time to generate this similar form, but think about it, it's 4 times faster than the form that I generate in the IDE. Of course, the IDE will, it's amazing tool, it cannot be replaced by ChatGPT at all, because try to change only one color in the prompt, you will see that will make you cry. And in the IDE is a 2-second operation. So I don't think that. ChatGPT will replace the IDE. It's not the case, but for productivity, of course, that will impact us. And most of many LLMs, okay, does not generate, not even generate source compatible with Delphi 7, like, right? Because for they, even they doesn't know that Delphi 7, they, of course they know that Delphi 7 exists, but what I see in many projects is that when we ask for how like I do this thing in Delphi, they usually answer with the most recent version of Delphi, because it's the most samples that the LLM search on the web. And my point is, uh, Delphi 7, even for the LLMs, Delphi 7 is outdated, right? And even now, if you are at least taking 2 times more time to develop in Delphi 7 a feature that you will develop in Delphi 11, think in the future with the LLMs even more present in our development day. Have you considered that? So LLMs is, of course, is a very new thing. We are talking about like 2 or 3 years ago. They simply does not count as a development tool, but today it's different. It's like a common thing, right? And consider that if you are keeping staying in Delphi 7, that number that I show you, 2 times faster in the Phi 11, will be even more times expensive, right? Maybe in a short future, maybe in a short future, using Delphi 7 can be 3, 4, 5 times more slow or expensive than using the new version of Delphi. Have you considered that? Maybe now is the time for the change, because in the future maybe simply will not make sense for you uh, to compete anymore, even with the other development tools or other projects, right? In conclusion, of course, we all can still develop in Delphi 7 and other old versions, but at what cost? But at what cost, people? So, really thank you for your attention. Here are my contacts and the link at YouTube that I tell you that is the full comparison video. You can go there, watch. And if you need a PDF with summarized information for this session, at Microsoft we elaborate a folder uh, uh, pointing out the most impactful points of leaving the old versions of Delphi. If you need this, you simply ask in my mail and I will send to you, okay? The full translated version to English was not finished at this session, so I will not be able to put here, but simply ask you in my mail and I will send it to you without any cost, okay? So really thank you, and I may be here to answer any Q&A. Have a nice day.
That was excellent. I like someone fighting my battles for me, and that's exactly what Dion did. He's like, "Hey, you should stop using Delphi 7." We totally agree. And the good news is Dion is live with us in the studio. Now, just recently, Martha's been clicking the button. There you go. See, I didn't dare click the button because last time Martha did it, it was like, woo, sorts of things, crazy things went on. Hello, Dion. How are you doing?
Hello, Ian. Very well, and you?
Yeah, I'm good. It's always excellent. I'm going to put your link up. Let me do that. There you go. Dion is there. If you scan the QR code, you'll go to Acasoft. He also has a GitHub repository. I'll put that QR code up in a minute. One of our many talented Brazilian developers. You guys just keep coming out of the woodwork in Brazil. It's just like, what is in the water and the food? I don't get it. There's just so many great Brazilian developers. It's incredible, you know. You get taught it at school. Did you learn Delphi at school, or did you?
I particularly not, but it's very common to teach Delphi here in schools in Brazil.
That's amazing. I mean, that is not common over here. I mean, Microsoft have come along and went, hey, yeah, you use this, or Python, which is ridiculous. I mean, learning Python, I understand it teaches people to develop, but it's not really a commercially viable thing in terms of creating an app that you're then going to sell, right? And that you made a very good point in the video about the modern features that got added to Rad Studio, like multi-platform, and FireMonkey and all the generics and things like that. It's really good. Let me just put your GitHub link up as well so that people can go and see you there, because I know you have some great code. I did start some questions because we did have a few people ask questions. Oh, Patrick, as ever, has put your website in the chat as well. So this person says, oh, darn, I missed it. I don't know whether they were talking about this session. Look, if you did miss Dion's session, there'll be a replay. So, come along and do that. If you're watching on YouTube, click on that like and subscribe button down there. Click on the little bell. And then the minute we go live or we post some replays, you'll get notified about it. So it's definitely worth doing. So the question that came up, and I don't know whether you feel the same way. And this is from Patrick, who is an MVP as well. He said that inline vars and he considers them to be like the with statement, with such and such, or a go-to. Now, I have to say, when they first came out, I felt the same way. I'm like, what inline vars? Why would we do that? It's kind of non-Pascal, right? How do you feel about inline vars now? You like them, or did it take a long time to get used to? Or?
I love because it's very simple to copy and paste a slice of code. We know that we must not copy a lot of code inside of our applications. It's not a good practice, but in day-to-day it happens a lot, and environments help us. And even in other session we will talk about this, Ian, because inline vars help us to not use a variable before it's been instantiated. If you have a very large method and you declare all the variables in the statement before, maybe that variable that you want to use is not viable at the moment, and you will have a crash, an access violation. And with inline vars, that is hardly happen because you always are using the variable inside the block that you stated.
That's a very interesting point. I mean, I have to say, I know lots of people like Delphi 7, and the reason is the IDE, they got it right. It was a really stable IDE. It crashed sometimes, but it took a long while before it crashed. It wasn't like bang in Australia. And lots of people stuck with it because it was good at what it did. But you made the case very well, as you said. Stop it! It's dead already. It's like But that was true. You made the point that actually there's many reasons to say, I love Delphi 7. I don't hate it. It's a good thing. There was someone suggested that Embarcadero should release it for free because it's not commercially viable. I can tell you that's probably not going to happen for Delphi 7 because then loads of other people go, oh, okay, we'll use it. When it's no. Go and get the CE edition and use that instead. That's the way. But
And Ian, it's amazing that many companies has the new versions. It's not a financial thing, At
right.
least here in Brazil and many other customers that we have around the world, they have the new version that they simply does not migrate. And when we ask, why do you still using the old version? Oh, we didn't have time to migrate it. And so I have to do this presentation, go to the board and show how much money they are spent at nothing because they already bought the new version.
Very
And
good.
I assure you that many people are watching this still using Delphi 7. It's very sad.
Yeah, well, we did a survey and we found that half of people were not using any version control at all. They were copying things around with zip files, and I'm like, oh God, really, 50% of people. I think it's got less now. The last time we did a survey, I think they've reduced, but even so, it's still a big number of people. Like, are you crazy? I live in tornado zone, tornado alley, and it's common in spring and in fall or autumn to get tornadoes and then come close. I am confident because of using Git and GitHub that if my house was wiped out, the only thing that I would be left with is my code because I use Git. So, it's like I'd need a new computer, a new house, a new, stuff like that. Maybe new dogs and cars and who knows, limbs maybe, but at least my code would still be around. So that's a good thing. Yeah, it's weird. And also someone else said, see, now this is worrying. Someone said, oh, I love Ballin. Like, no. No. Yeah, Ballin was great. But did you not listen to what Dion was saying? Move on from the past. It's crazy. Great.
Oh, please. I know it's amazing to think about that. We can still use a 22 years tool today. It's amazing. It's something that only Borland and Embarcadero can do for you. But really,
Yeah.
it was not the point. Embarcadero did not did the meaning to you to still using 20 years after.
Yeah, exactly. And Delphi 7 Personal was released for 3 years ago, says Patrick Hayes. Okay, well, yes, maybe. I mean, there are all sorts of versions around and stuff like that you can try. I mean, you made a very good case for using, modern features. I have to say, I do have one project that is still Delphi 7. Not my fault. I can't convince the person to swap. But every time I go back and use the IDE, it feels like everything's broken because all the things I want it to do, it doesn't do. And there's certain features where I can do this. Oh, no, it doesn't do that. And you think, really? That's a new feature? I've been using it. I'm sure I've been using that feature for years, And no, it apparently it was introduced after Delphi 7. And there's Unicode and all the other things and FireDAC. And in fact, Jim's about to do a session where he's going to sell the advantages of FireDAC because he's a FireDAC fan. Jim has said in the chat, I'm not going to let him come on camera to say this because he says inline vars are amazing. I say when they were first introduced, Jim and I were still working together side by side, and I said, I don't know. I felt kind of weird about it, and he's like, no, they're really great. And I'm like, I'm not convinced. Actually, now I believe him. I'm a believer in these inline bars. So Jim did a good idea. Did a good case study. What was the word? He argued the case well, like a lawyer, or something. It's very good. He convinced me. All right. Well, we didn't have a lot of questions, and I think that's because you pretty much killed it. You took Delphi and you stabbed it until it died. So Delphi 7. So well done. I think you're back for some other sessions. Is that right? I think. Am I right or wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the look on your face says, no, I'm not coming back and doing any other sessions.
I will do tomorrow. I'll do a session about GNApp and Delphi.
Right. So I wasn't making it up because you look terrified, Robert. Like, oh, I don't know what I'm
No,
talking
I simply don't understand the difficult question.
Yeah, and I noticed even in your video about Delphi 7, you managed to get in the section about Gen AI and AI, large language models, and actually make a good case for it as well, which is they tend to use more modern language, and Delphi 7 isn't around. I think it might be because of the amount of code that isn't available, for Delphi 7. I don't know. But great stuff. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Dion. And thanks for sticking around because we are running a bit late. And I'll see you tomorrow when you come back. Oh, by the way, are you going to Sao Paulo in Brazil in September or not?
I'm a little bit in south of Brazil at Porto Alegre, the city that was flooded in the start of the year.
Oh, yes, I remember. It was awful. Yeah, it was really bad.
Yeah, is here is my city. We live in the south.
No, but are you going to the Embarcadero Brazil conference?
Yes, I'm going to the
Then
market. Yes.
I'll see you there then. Well, there you go. Okay, that's excellent. All right, well, thanks a lot, and I'll speak to you soon. Okay, so master performer and genius of the developer relations and guy who invented Swipe to Unlock, who, as we speak, or behind the scenes on camera, is limbering up. That's how serious he takes things. This is very worrying. We are going to do a gym session, and gym session is called, let me just check I've got the title right, FireDAC, your ultimate dataset weapon, with Jim McKeith. This is the last one for today. And we've got a live Q&A at the end of it where Jim and I will just talk about the weather or something. Or probably about FireDAC. Anyway, we'll be back soon. Speak to you later.
Welcome to Dev Days of Summer 2024 for this session, FireDAC Secret Weapons, more than Delphi data access. I'm a huge fan of FireDAC, and maybe the other thing we call this is my favorite features. My name is Jim McKeith. I am the Director of Consulting for GDK Software USA. GDK Software is a company that specializes in Delphi consulting. We have a large group of developers across 4 countries in the Netherlands, UK, Brazil, and the US. So if you or anyone you know needs Delphi consulting, whether it's some expertise or some additional capacity, check out our website at gdksoftware.com, and we would love to talk to you more about it. Always code to an interface and always present to an interface. So here's my agenda, what we're going to go over today. We're going to talk about in-memory tables, local SQL, batch moves, NoSQL and MongoDB, and then some of the new security and safety features, new in FireDAC Brad Studio 12. And now let's implement our interface. FD tables the key for a lot of this stuff here, so we're going to start with that. If you're familiar with the T-client dataset, it's very similar to that. And the FD table, it's not so much about the table being kept in memory, but it's more of a disconnected data set. If you compare the T table and the TFD mem table, you'll see that the TFD table has a connection name where the FD mem table does not. And if you look at the hierarchy of components, you'll see that the TFD table and TFD query descend from TFD RDB BMS dataset, whereas the mem table descends from the adapted dataset, which is the parent of RDBMS dataset. So the RDBMS dataset's where that connection is introduced. So if you want to create one from scratch, which is incredibly useful just to have a place to store data, all you have to do is go to the field defs if you want to completely define it, and you define the field defs, the fields you want. Alternatively, you can load a existing one from file, or you can assign a data from another data set. So basically it clones it at that point. And once that happens, you can actually then edit the data set, which is really kind of cool. So you can edit at design time and edit the data that's in there, view the data, or create the data you're going to use in your application. One note about storing, whether it be storing to a file or to a stream, reading or writing, is you need a storage link which there's 3 components. There's an XML, a binary, and a JSON component. And this depends, which one you need depends on the format you're using. You can specify auto, and then it will guess based on the file name, but you need to include the one that matches either way. So depending on what you want, if you want to have a well-formed XML, JSON, a standalone JSON file, or a binary file, I usually go with binary unless there's some reason I want otherwise. The JSON and XML is specific to FireDAC. So you could load it into something else to try and read it, but it's not really designed for that. One note about these components is once you add them to the form, all they do is include the unit they're from. So if they don't actually do anything with the components themselves, you can remove them, or you can just add the required unit to use this class. Also, there's the FD table adapter. Now, the FD table adapter, you connect it to your, saw the diagram there with the blue. The FD mem table connects to a table adapter. The table adapter connects to one or more FD commands, which have connections. And then that there allows you to execute commands and then take the results of those commands and put them in the mem table. All of that, those components, is the same as using an FD query. So if you're like, oh, I'm using an FD query, but I need to change some behavior or something like that, you can make it yourself, if you will, using those components. So it gives you that ability to modularize it, break it apart, and have more control and customization over things. There are some links for the FD mem table if you want to go out and read more about it in the doc wiki. And let's do some demos of FD mem table. I'll show you how to put together FD mem table from scratch here. I've got other components on here, but no FD mem table. So let's add that now. And I will connect my data source to the FD mem table. And right now, if I set this to active, it gives me an error, data table or data view, blah, blah, blah. So the secret here is I need to come to field defs. I don't know if it's a secret, it's in the documentation, and add a new field def. And we'll give it a name of key. And we'll make it wide string. And we'll add another field def. We'll call it value. And we'll change the size to 40. Now, if we set our mem table to active, we've got design time preview, but no data. Right click, edit data set, and row with a value. And we got design time, edit, and preview. That's pretty cool. Now, if I run this, if I make a change, and then run it again, change is gone because all the data is streamed in the form file. You can see right at design time, it's still there. So nothing's going to change. But if we save to a file, we'll make an XML file. And so here it still shows with the value, but when I hit load, there's the change. So there we go. That's the basics of creating an FD mem table and being able to work with it. As far as adding values, I'll show you that you can do the assigned data set. If you have another data set on the form, you can assign it this way, or you could load from a file on disk here if you want to load it up. In one way, local SQL is kind of the evolution of the FD mem table, but another way, local SQL is so amazing. Actually, either way, it's still amazing. Basically, what local SQL does is it uses a local SQLite database engine, DBMS, to allow you to run SQL on various data sets. Now, the cool thing is you can actually have either just data that didn't exist in a data set, you can just put it in a data set and use it that way. So if there's something you're like, oh, I need to do a set operation, it would be really easy to do in SQL. Well, now you can do that with local SQL. Or the other thing you can do is take data sets from different databases, heterogeneous data sets, and do a join across those using local SQL, which is just really amazing. When you think about it, the fact that it's using SQLite behind the scenes, it's like, okay, it's not pure magic, but it's so useful. So no database management system required besides local or SQLite, which is compiled to your application. So there's no external dependencies, no connection outside of your application. It just is able to do all of this locally within your application. Little sample I put together here just to show you how to put together the pieces of local SQL. Actually, I guess I'll show the components right now. I have got the local SQL component and then a FD connection that has the driver set to SQLite. All right, so that's the local SQL engine. Then I've got two FD tables down here, FD mem tables down here that I've set up with field defs and added the data set to put some data in here. And we can see them displayed in the grid there. And then I have an FD query here. Now for these two FD mem tables, they have a local SQL property here, which points back to local SQL 1. And you can also, if you go to local SQL, the data sets, when you set them that way, they get populated here, where you can override the name if you want to, or give them a schema name so you can get really complicated here with this. But I'm not going to change any of that right now. So once I've done that, then I want to actually, we deactivate this first. So you want to activate it in this order. You want to activate the FD connection first, which is this one, and then the local SQL. And I believe I actually get an error message or do the other way around. Let me try it and see. Didn't get an error message. I think that like if you're using like heterogeneous tables, you'll get a data set, you'll get an error message. So I always activate it, connection first, then local SQL. So now the FD query is connected to the same FD connection. So all three are connected to the, are connected into the same FD connection, but these two are sources and this is the destination. All right. And the reason these two are sources is because they go through the local SQL as well. Well, yeah, these aren't connected directly to that. They're connected to it through there. Yeah, that makes sense. So now I can go into the FD query in the query editor and say, select star from FD mem table 1. I was messing around here and didn't set something back up right. Did I spell it right? Datasets, FD mem table 1, query. Wow, that's really weird. Active. Okay. So let's do this. I messed something up doing those in order. That's the way I always do it in order. Let's try this again. Local SQL. All right. So these two are going to point to local SQL. And the local SQL is going to point to the connection. And then I make the connection active first, connected. Now notice it's connected on this one, and then here it's called active. All right. And so now, there we go. Do it in order. So there's table 1. There's table 2. And I can do an inner join on 50 mem table 1. On ID equals key. And there we go. And I could do like key times 2. Or 1 and 2, I don't know. Whatever you want to do. But basically, you get the idea that gives you that connection. You can do joins. Again, this can be between any data sets. Doesn't have to be FDMEM tables. It could be any other data sets at all. Batch move is a feature I use a lot for non-program related tasks, I guess you could say. Basically, it's your own personal data pump. So if you ever have some data in one database or in a text file that you need to move into another database or another text file, that's where batch move comes in. And so you take batch move and you connect it for a reader and a writer. Now, you can be a reader from a SQL, a reader from a data set, or a reader from text, and then a writer, and you can mix it up, right? So you can read from text to text, or you can read from text to data set, or you can read from data set to SQL, or however combination you want to do there. There's some configuration options in here. And actually, if you do the text, you can right click and say guess text formatting, and it will do its best to try and guess the text formatting, but you can go in there and also configure the way the text formatting is done as well. And the crazy thing is you don't even have to compile the application. If you right click on the batch move component, it will, you can execute it at design time and perform the process operations. And so I've used this before where I'm like, I've got some data and I got to put it in this data set, or I've got to take some data on this data set and do something with it. And I've just used batch move in the IDE at design time, set it all up, right click execute, and it does it. And it saves me a lot of time. And again, without having to write any code, I didn't even have to compile it, which is just kind of crazy if you think about it. MongoDB is not an RDBMS. It doesn't have the relational aspect of it. It's a document database system. It's in a class called NoSQL databases, which you could say is NoSQL, and it doesn't use SQL, or some people say it says it's not only SQL is what it needs. Either way, you don't typically use SQL, although you can with MongoDB, document databases like MongoDB. Instead of having data in columns and rows like you're used to, each record is a JSON-like document, which is called BSON, which can have a schema. Now, in practice, the rows are consistent, and you can have indexes or records are consistent. They consistently implement a schema. But what that can be with JSON is you could have, for example, in one record, you could have an array in there essentially, or complex data like that. So let's say instead of having a person and then a separate table of phone numbers in it, you can have a single person record, and then they can have one or more or zero or more phone numbers in that individual's record. Doesn't have to be stored in a separate table to have a many-to-one relationship. That can all be done in a single record. It is typically considered to be really fast, although I'm sure all the other databases improve their performance as well. So it's, you don't switch to MongoDB to be fast. You switch to MongoDB because you want to have the document style. We could go into MongoDB into way more detail, but it's the basics of it. The client library is shipped with Delphi as a redistributable, which is fantastic. And I grabbed a community developed container from Docker Hub and used it with Podman to set up a instance of it that I could connect to from Delphi. So let's do some MongoDB. I've got a image here of MongoDB, which is a Docker image. The community, let's give it a name, MongoDB. If you don't get a name, it makes up one. It makes it easier just to remember what it is, I think. So there it's running now. And let's go ahead and connect to it. So this is the MongoDB sample that ships with Delphi. And right now, there's not a lot of data in here because I just booted up a brand new fresh container. But if I go to the restaurant sample here and run that one, it has a load data here, which just injected all the restaurant data in there. And I can view the data. But the cool thing is I come back to this Explorer and run this. You can see here's the test data with all that restaurant data in here. And so here is the embedded data sets. So you can actually see this is an object, an address object. It's an object, but it's a BSON object where it has a building, a coordinates, a street, and a zip code. And then the coordinates, if I double click in here, is a data set, a pair. So let's see, I come here to grades and see this one has 4 grades, where this one also has 4 grades. Let's see, some of these have different kind of grades. There we go. That one has 5 grades. And I could put another one in here too, but I'm not going to because you saw I had multiple different numbers. So there you go. That kind of gives you an idea of the way MongoDB works. The connection, I'll show you this, is the FD-Mongo dataset. So this is a different dataset because MongoDB uses different kind of data. Here we go. Here's the connection. So I have to do is specify Mongo as the driver ID. And in this case, my server is local because it's running in the container. And that's it. There's username and password. I could provide those, but I would set the default of no username and password for right now. But obviously in production, I would change that. Last thing I want to talk about is these new security and safety features that are included in FireDAC. And at first glance, these might seem like annoyances, but the key is that you want to set these after you've developed your application and have everything done correctly, so that what that means is that then your application, when it's running in the wild in production, cannot have its behavior changed in a way that compromise your database. All right. So the first one is allowed command kind. By default, all of them are turned on. But what you can do is that you have an FD query that should only ever do a query or only ever read data or only ever insert or something like that in order to prevent potential SQL injection that does other things you don't want it to do. You can go in here and disable any other command types except the command type you're using. And that way, if somehow the behavior of your SQL statement could get modified by an end user or corruption even, doesn't have to be malicious, it will allow it to execute. Allow multiple commands is similar to that. A lot of times in SQL injection, what you'll do is you'll have you put a command in that says I want to end the current command and start a new command. If you allow multiple commands to off, which is enabled by default for SQL and only on SQLite, Postgres, SQL, and MySQL. And I guess MariaDB because it's essentially MySQL. Don't know for sure, but you check that. Then what it'll do is it will only let one command execute in a query. And most likely you're only executing one command in the query. So yeah, that's a good one to have on. allow SQL change is one you turned on that prevents the SQL statement from being able to change at runtime. So if your SQL should always be hard coded in there, this prevents it from being changed at runtime. So if something was to corrupt the memory, get in there and modify the memory of that and try and change that, it would not work. And then exact update records num is when it's turned on or when it's set to a specific value, then you can have it do additional checks when used with fetch options so that you're only ever updating exactly that number of records. So what it lets you do is say, this is my expected behavior. And then it will put checks in place to prevent a unexpected behavior to happen. So if you're like, I only want to update one record or only want to delete one record, and you forgot to put your where statement in there to predicate to restrict it down, and oh no, now you've done them all. Well, this would prevent that from happening. Probably not something that's going to happen in production code, but again, this safety, once it's enabled, can prevent those unexpected things from happening in production. And with that, we are done. If you want to grab the slides, most of the samples I showed were the ones that shipped with Delphi, but if there are changes or whatever, I will include those as well. Will be in, and unless this gets mirrored, it might get mirrored, I'm not sure. There you see the GitHub link, github.com/Jim McKee/FireDAC secret weapons, capitalized and hyphenated as you see there, and you can grab the slides there. Just like in my fundamentals of FireDAC, I cannot talk about FireDAC without mentioning Carrie's book, the Delphi In-Depth FireDAC. You can go find it. It's available, I think, on like Amazon and most print places. We can also buy it directly from Carrie, as well as get more information from him there. He's Spirit of Delphi Award winner, just a pillar of the community and fantastic to have around, does a lot of great stuff, and I'm glad to call him a friend. So check that out there. Goes into way more details on everything we've talked about and so many other topics as well. And with that, we're going to do our Q&A.
Yes, we are. I think Martha has disappeared, but there you go. Because last time she clicked and I didn't click, and then I clicked and she shouldn't click. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, the good news is Jim is with us live in the studio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey. Yes, we can hear you fine. Hello, Houston.
Hello.
Yes.
I figured out what was going on with my webcam yesterday, so I should not be beaming up anymore.
Yes, you're not strobing. Yes, yeah. It's looking good. You do look like you're in a Photo Me booth. Do you remember those? It's like the curtains behind you. It's very good.
I'm in a studio room right now, so it's got for echo reduction.
Oh, that's impressive. Oh, I feel kind of cheapskate now. I'm just in my office, just as I always am. Yeah. Excellent. Oh, you've unmuted yourself. You said you might was muted, but you're not. I can hear you. So there you go.
Yeah, it said host muted me, so I just wanted to let you know since that happened yesterday.
Yeah. I did notice. I was busy actually typing in your QR code. So up there in the top, there you go. I point to it. I'm learning. Is if you scan that goes to Jim's GitHub repository and goes to the one that he mentioned in the slides, which was what was it? FireDAC.
Secret weapons.
Secret weapons. That's it. Yes. My QR code editor has hidden the end of it, so I can't see what the actual URL was. And as I have the memory of a goldfish, because I've just copied and pasted it, you think I'd remember. And so go to there if you want his example code. And also, if you want to know where Jim works, that's where he works. He is the director of GDK USA. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. I think we talked about this yesterday, but producer Martha, who's always omnipresent in the background and never sleeps. She obviously is not actually a real girl, but an android or something like that. She says, I always mute everyone before we add to the live, but I unmuted Jim when you put him on. See, she every time she makes me look good, and I'm actually completely incompetent. So one question I had, which let me just see if there were some questions in here. yeah, it was just people basically repeating links. You answered quite a few of them. The question I had, which I think is worth asking again, because I didn't know the answer to this, and you do. If people are using MongoDB, if they use MySQL, for example, they need libmariah db.dll, or they need libmysql.dll, which are client libraries to connect to the database. And my question to you was, behind the scenes, does MongoDB need a client library as well? Because I haven't actually done anything with MongoDB in Delphi. I did in another language, but not this one. I was going to let you answer that question.
So yes, it does need a library. And actually, I'm going to share my screen.
Risky business, sharing a screen unplanned. It's always a good
All
one.
right. Do you see it now?
We don't actually know. Oh yeah, hang on. I can do it here. Apparently, I have to make it happen. There you go. So
there is two files it needs: libs bson 1.0, which is the bson library, which bson is their flavor of JSON, and then libmongo c 1.0.dll. But the great news is both of those are in the redistributable folder.
Oh, cool.
You know what? I haven't looked to see about Linux or Mac OS. It might not be supported on those platforms. Honestly, I've never tried it. But for Windows, at least they're included. And you don't have to do anything for Windows. You would need to bundle those in from the redistributables as you would any other redistributable. But the good news is they're already installed with Delphi. So.
Oh, that's brilliant. I mean, I've used MongoDB, but with Python, funny enough, of all things. And the way that Python works, it wasn't really an issue. It worked. I had to do the usual, include a load of stuff, and then it worked. And I didn't really need to understand how it worked. As long as it worked, that was where I was at. So that's cool. Okay, so
yeah, and they have the. I scrolled down the page. They have Mac OS and Linux there as well. So I thought they must, but I couldn't remember offhand.
Yeah, no, I couldn't either. I'm like, probably. It sounds like because MongoDB is completely open source, isn't it? I think it is.
It's called a source available database. So there's there's the open source initiative, OSI, that has these rules of what they consider to be open source, right? Which goes back to the Richard Stallman's free as in speech, not as in beer.
It's GNU/Linux, actually.
Yes. So it's not under an OSI compliant license anymore. I think it may have been at one point, but I'm not positive. But it's source available, but it is freely available. Which
I bet you that's an encryption thing. I bet you there's some kind of encryption that some government somewhere says you can't send that out. Therefore,
I'm pretty sure it's a business thing, but I'm not.
Oh, really? Yeah, the money men are holding back. Is that what it is? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're a big fan of FireDAC, and both of us know Kerry, and he's a really great guy. I met him in Amsterdam with his wife, actually, and she's an MVP as well. I don't know whether I'm sure you knew that, but she was like, "Is she still an MVP?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've removed her." So yes, but Kerry is really, really good at FireDAC, and actually, I answered a question for him about MySQL a while ago. That's how fiddly MySQL is. That the guy that really knows his stuff. I don't know. That library is just a pain in the neck sometimes. I wish they would
use the MariaDB ones.
Yeah, that's pretty much what my advice is download the MariaDB. But FireDAC is every time you do something with FireDAC, you learn something new that it can do. And I didn't know it could do that. And it does this as well.
One of the things I love about FireDAC, and I didn't talk about this, and I kept debating it, is there's a thing called stored settings or something like that you can do. And you can say, I don't want, because this used to hit me all the time, is that I would have it active at design time, and then it would keep it active, but you can go in and say, don't keep it active at design time,
Yes,
only at
that-
runtime, or vice versa. And that is, it's got all these little refinements in it that are just, if you've been working with T data set descendants for years, there's so many things in FireDAC. They're just like, wow, this
my
is
SQL DAC is a really great DAC for my SQL, but for the longest time it had a bug where it didn't matter what you set to connection to, you could go into the DFM, edit it manually, and it would still come up enabled. It was so frustrating. And yes, I mean that was the one change that FireDAC did very cleverly. It's pretty clever. Yeah, so I think that's it for now. You've not got any more. Oh, yes, you do have another session planned, don't you? Something to do with colors, is that right?
Yes, I do.
Yes, that's because I saw your project and thought that's a cool project. I'd like to see that make its way to the light of day. When's that? Is that tomorrow? I
think so.
Yes, it is. Currently planned for 1 p.m. Although anything's possible. It's called Program the Rainbow: Working with Colors. It makes you sound like some Walt Disney thing. Program the Rainbow. I really like that. Oh, Sesame Street or something.
Skittles was Taste the Rainbow, so.
Oh, that's where I've heard a similar phrase before. Yeah. Yeah, I like Skittles, except my blood sugar doesn't like it. And acid reflux and the rest. Once you get older, everything in your body hates everything nice. And you can only eat like chalk or something. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Jim. It's really good every time you come on. You're such a hero of Delphi. You really are. And I know you're not doing the Embarcadero thing, but you're still pumping away with all the videos and things like that. And everybody appreciates what you do. You know from when you're in the live events and things like that, you've got an awful lot of fans out there, and it's a big set of shoes to step into afterwards. It's tricky stuff. But
yeah, and I may not be at Embarcadero, but I'm happy to be at GDK. I mean, it was great to find a group of developers that's just as enthusiastic about Delphi as I am. Honestly,
and they are. I absolutely agree. That's what they are as well. I mean, obviously, in the role that I have to be kind of even-handed with everybody, and I think I am. Mm-hmm. But obviously, there are some people where I know them better, or deal with them more often. And everybody at GDK is just insanely passionate about Delphi, and they all pull in the same direction as well. As a company, they are really impressive. I've seen them operate in Amsterdam as a unit. As a group of people, and it's absolutely impressive. And Marco G and Keys and all the others, I think leadership goes a long way in producing the right atmosphere in a company, and I can see that they're clearly decent guys. Otherwise, you couldn't maintain the level of happiness that you get from those people out there. Not without severe brutality in rooms that you lock people in for. I'm sure that doesn't happen.
Some of the things that really impressed me when I first was talking to them is they have a once a month they have a called Vivid Days, where everybody gets a day to use for side projects or learning something new, and so you just get a whole day to take and go to teach yourself some new stuff. And then every couple weeks, I think it is, they have knowledge sessions where somebody from the company then does an internal training for everybody else to teach them stuff they learned from Vivid Days or just things they've discovered along the way. And then they also do an annual company day where people from all 4 offices come together in one place to have a week long just sharing stuff and teaching each other things and stuff like that. So just that level of commitment to the development of the individuals in the company is really impressive, and that comes across in the work that everybody does, because then everybody, they're sharing knowledge, and if you don't know the answer, who knows the answer at the company, and they're all there. And actually, when I was in the office in the Netherlands, they have lunch together every day and then go on for a walk together. And then if it's raining, which it does a lot in the Netherlands, then they play Mario Kart on the Switch. So it's great having this really, it's a fantastic team. It's just excited to be part of that. So
I've worked remotely for so many years. I can't remember what it's like to actually work in an office, but I remember I was probably the annoying one in the office. So I'm not so sure I'd go down so well in an environment like that, but you never know. But Patrick Premantan, who you obviously know, he's a big fan. He says great practices, and I think he means about GDK. And this is the thing, being a developer, I still personally think is something special. It's not like, working. There's plenty of valuable jobs out there that are definitely required and needed, and a lot harder than what we do. My brother-in-law is a ER surgeon, and I don't know how he gets some, any sleep at night. He's literally got someone die on the table in front of him, and it's a child or something. That's a tough job. My job is not tough, but also there are many other roles. But I think there's a definite mindset and personality and attitude that goes with programming and software development. And I think you and I are probably the slightly more loud and ebullient ones in the general scheme of things, which is why, you've done DevRel and I do DevRel. But I think for me, I still think that being a software developer is something that you either are one or you're not. You can get taught to program, and you can get better, but if you're not built the right way intellectually and in terms of your personality disposition, you're wasting your time, because you'll either be unhappy in the job or you'll be hopeless at it, or both, unhappy and hopeless. And I think that you can still be mediocre and be the right person, but hey, that's the way it goes. But yeah, I think GDK are a reflection of a very good mentality for making sure that developers fit in and the other staff fit in and get on with it, and they really do back Delphi to the hilt. So I'm on their side. It's like when I talk about TMS and people say, you talk about TMS a lot. If they stop writing good components, I will stop talking about them. It's the same with GDK. If they stop being awesome, then I'll never talk about them again. So, All right. Well, thanks a lot, Jim. I think I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Yes, because we talked about it. Thanks a lot, and speak to you soon.
All right. Take care. Bye.
Okay, so we are done for the day, and we've got a pretty packed set of things happening tomorrow. We're still arranging a couple of our schedules. It may be that we might start late tomorrow instead of early, but we're not sure. The reason being that our little schedule has been a little bit in a state of flux, and right now we put someone down as doing a session tomorrow morning, and they're not actually doing a session tomorrow morning. That's the very first one. So what we may do is do a replay of something, and that's at 10 a.m. US Central Time or 4 p.m. UK time, and whatever time we started around about today. After that, we've got coming up tomorrow a product demo and showcase of a fantastic app written in Delphi called Font Creator. If you don't care about Delphi, watch this demo anyway. This is by Erwin Dennison, and it is of an app that I think he said it works on Windows and Mac. I'm sure he did, actually. But I know definitely on Windows, and it's a font creator app. Very, very interesting. He is going to be there, and I think he's doing a live Q&A as well. After that, at noon US Central Time, we are having Gen AI apps in Delphi with Dion Mai, who you saw earlier on, our Brazilian, one of our Brazilian developers, followed by Jim McKeith, who was just on a second ago, who's going to do programming the rainbow, working with colors. And then I think after that, we've got a session, I'm not sure, session gap. I don't know. I have to check Martha. After which we are doing a VCL to web app, a giant leap for software developers, a small step for Delphi developers. And that is by Bruno Firhen from TMS Software. So lots going on. If you are watching this now on YouTube, and Martha said maybe we can get Bruno in early. we're still moving our schedule around, but we will try and send you some emails. If you're watching us now on YouTube, either live on replay, click on the like button, okay? And then click on the little, I think it might be over here, click on the little little alarm bell thing to get alerts to subscribe to us. Click on the subscribe button on our channel. In fact, this will not do anything to you. You won't get any extra email from us. We will not spam you. We won't even know you've done it. We will know you've subscribed because our subscriber number will go up, but and we'll know from the likes that we've gone up as well. But we will not be able to get your personal information. YouTube protects that quite rightly. But what it will do is if you've subscribed via YouTube, you will get an alert when we start broadcasting this event. Okay, and we will be, when we go live, it will automatically let you know that we're doing it. And also, if you have subscribed and you miss it because we mess the times up or we move things around or Ian does something crazy like, play 5 extra videos or talk for too long, if you have subscribed, you will get told about the replays as well. And the replays, we get thousands of people watch the replay. So we know they're popular. Like I say, I'm not trying to sell you the product. That isn't really the main purpose. I think if we show you how the various products we've got work, if it's a convincing argument, and I feel like we mostly do have a convincing argument, then you're going to buy from us or you're going to download the free copy, which is there. You can get a free copy of Rad Studio if you are a hobbyist or a student or learning how to use Delphi or something like that. It's free until you reach a certain amount of income. So once you earn a certain amount of money, then you'll need to buy a copy. But if you go to there and download it, you'll get the free version. If you want to know more about the Rad Studio IDE in general, if you scan that link and go there, it will tell you all the things that Rad Studio does. Excuse me, I should have eaten my sandwich earlier on. And it will also show you lots of videos and things like that about it, what it can do. When you download Rad Studio, there's a welcome page. On the right of the welcome page, there's a section that says Learn. Go through there, and there are videos that tell you little, I've done them, so I know they're there. Short videos, less than an hour in most cases, that tell you how to do everything you could want. So how to create an iOS app, how to create a Windows app, how to create a Windows service, how to create a Mac OS app, how to write a Windows app that talks to a barcode scanner, which was one of the examples. And I'm going to be doing more probably in October at this rate because I'm quite busy coming up with lots of things happening in September. But go there. The education costs you nothing. We don't charge you for that. It's all free videos and tuition. If our product's good, you'll use it. That's what I'm trying to do. We also are reaching out to educators and things like that to try and get Rad Studio used in education. It's a difficult path, but still it's worth doing. But if you want that, go to the Rad Studio IDE. Like I say, if you qualify, then go there and download, scan that barcode, and it will take you directly to the Community Edition. And the latest Community Edition just came out last week. And the latest Community Edition is equivalent to Rad Studio 12.1. And with Rad Studio 12.1 and the Community Edition, you can create Windows apps, you can create Mac OS apps, you can create iOS apps, and you can create Android apps for free with the CE version. Can't really argue with that, can you? Not only can you do it for free, but you can actually do it from shared code. For Android and iOS, and I'll show you this in one of the videos coming up in the next couple of weeks, it's actually, you can share 99% to 100% of the code because that's the platform that we have called FireMonkey. And for Windows and Mac, if you use platform services, it's probably the same. 99% of your code is shared. So you don't have to write one type of program for Mac, one type of program for Windows. You can write the same program and it will look different on the two machines, the Mac machine and the Windows machine, but the same code will work. I'm telling you this because it is my job to talk about Embarcadero stuff because I'm the developer advocate, but also because it's true. So go there, prove me wrong, download it, have a go, and see what you think. Coming up later in the week, we will also be having some sessions from some of the Idera sister companies. We're owned by Idera, and that includes Yellowfin. They've got a demonstration of Yellowfin BI coming up, and Ultra Edit. We're going to be using Ultra Edit in some of our videos, but also talking about what Ultra Edit can do for you and the kind of things that it can do. It's actually a very interesting product, especially if you work in SQL, for SQL files or open XML files or things like that. It's a full-on hardcore, text editor on steroids. It does a lot more than that. It's a great product. I'm not even an expert, and I like it. And we've also got, I think, Visual Assist, and from Whole Tomato. Visual Assist, if you're a C++ developer, you have that installed in the IDE, and it doesn't have to be Rad Studio IDE. It could be Visual Studio. Install Visual Assist, and it will give you all sorts of capabilities. Every single person that tries Visual Assist loves it. That's what my experience has been. Maybe there's some out there that ate it and never talked about it, but most of the people I've come across said, did you try Visual Assist? Oh, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. And it's they have quite a short release cycle. It's kind of monthly or something like that, or every other month. And they do some quite incredible things. So, stick around throughout the week for those different companies that are going to be demonstrating various bits and bobs. And also planned at some point, I think, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm not sure. We're going to have Jason, who is the head of the UK Developers Group, is going to come in and have a chat with me about Developers Group. So where to go to expand your developer community. We're going to talk about the various things like Discord groups, Telegram groups, Facebook groups, and also in-person groups like the one that Jason runs in the UK, and where you can go and meet other developers and chat to them. There are many Discord groups for developers, dozens of them, some of them run by some great MVPs who work very hard to help answer the questions. Darian is one of them. He runs at least two, I think, I'm not sure, two groups, and is a really great moderator on there. And there's plenty of others as well. Thomas is another Delphi Coder. You see Delphi Coder turn up. He's another moderator and user on these groups. And you go there and you ask a question, you'll find people will answer the questions for you. If you use Skier, for example, then there's a Telegram group entirely dedicated to Skier for Delphi. And when you ask a question there, you'll get the developers of Skier for Delphi answering your questions. It's something really quite incredible that the community is out there. People go, Delphi this and Delphi that, and C++ Builder. Look around, and there are hundreds of thousands of people, actively using these products and discussing them. Hundreds of different user groups in multiple languages. I'm on Telegram's got this great pro feature that does a live translation of any messages. So I'm on one group and they speak in Brazilian Portuguese, and I see the questions and answers in English. Fantastic. I can see what they're saying and talk about it. And when I type an answer in, it translates my English answer to Brazilian Portuguese. I have no idea if it's any good, but based on the translation from Brazilian Portuguese to English, I think it probably is okay. It's all machine learning and AI and all the rest of it. But there are a lot of community out there. So Jason's coming in to talk about that kind of stuff with me, and we're going to discuss what it's like to be a developer. We've got a few others as well. Olaf Monyen is a very well-respected developer, who's volunteered that he'll come in and have a live chat as well. We haven't agreed a date and time yet, but he will come in and we'll have a real developer chat to me. I'm a real developer as well, but and we'll talk about the business of being a developer and features that we like and tools that we find useful. Not just Embarcadero tools, but general tools as well. So anyway, that's my summing up for the day. As is traditional, we will play us out with a video, which is, let me see. Oh, I don't see it there anymore. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh no, is it not there anymore? Let me just see. Hang on. I've got to find it. Martha, you know what I'm looking for, right? Do you still have it around? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Okay, I see where it's gone now. Okay, so this is actually Jim McKeith's voice, but yeah, I found it, Martha. It's okay. Producer Martha, who's omnipresent, always works very hard, is answering my voice questions in a little chat window down here. I don't have an invisible friend, although I can't see Martha, but I do actually have someone who is listening to what I'm saying and answering my blithering questions. But anyway, as is always, we're going to play out for today. We're back tomorrow, same time. We will let you know on the schedule. We may start with the replay and go from there. But anyway, thanks very much. And we're going to play out with our traditional song.
The Object Pascal programming language is. I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Colton.
Code monkey, get up, get coffee. Code monkey, go to job. Code monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say code monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do code monkey think? Code monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code monkey not say it out loud. Code monkey not crazy, just proud. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey, very simple man with big, warm, fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Code monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code monkey not thinking so straight. Code monkey not feeling so great. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey, very simple man, big, warm, fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. A lot. Code monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code monkey, just keep on working. See your soft, pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code monkey just waiting for now. Code monkey says someday, somehow. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey, very simple man, big, warm, fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Code monkey, get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or App Method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Colton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you will find links to download Jonathan Colton's song as well.
Thanks a lot, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye.